better than what I expected from it.
Hi, everybody! Hold on, I gotta check to make sure I'm coming through on the YouTubes. Which is gonna be weird, listening to my music and then listening to me listen to my back. It'll be fine. Ooh. I'm gonna save that to my watch later. Okay, what am I doing? View my channel. My music and then listening to me listen to my back. It'll be fine. Ooh. I'm gonna save that to my watch later. Okay, what am I doing? View my channel. Okay, actually, Velvet, can you tell me if I'm coming in good? Because I don't think I could do it.
Yeah.
I hit my mic.
Through loud and clear, looking good.
And you can hear the backgroundy music? Or not really?
Can't hear the background music on Twitch.
God damn it. Alright, hold on. Okay. Alright, hold on, I got this. Can you hear it now?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Because I'm trying to... I have it in my headphones along with talking to Velvet, and so yeah, so we're gonna be doing something a little bit different this art stream. I have Velvet here for shitty chats.
Yes.
While I do art and drawing and all that kind of fun stuff. I'm gonna turn... Oh, nope. I didn't mean to do that. Wait, no, that's not what I wanted to do! Fuck!
Oh no.
I just didn't want it blasted in my ear. Okay, alright. Okay. Yeah, we're having all kinds of technical difficulties tonight, but I am going to work on the Toaster Bath pack. You know, like throwable pack. I think everybody knows that. God damn, I have so many wires and shit. Alright. Ah! Why?
One that does things like that.
Why? How dare you? I didn't do jack shit to you and you smack me with...
Was a demonstration.
I just saw it appear on stream. That is my favorite, like one of my favorite throwables. I love it so much.
It is amazing.
Alright, let me see. So we did toaster 1. I might actually redo the toaster because I don't know. I don't think I like it. But I did do the shampoo and the conditioner. I love how these two came out. I mean, it kind of matches.
Yeah. I feel like they match enough.
And now I'm doing body mucus, which is, you know, body shampoo.
The body wash.
It is not slime. It is mucus. God, I have to watch that movie again now, too.
Too many movies, not enough time.
That's when you drop your entire life and you make time. Oh wait, I forgot to pull up my Pure Ref for this. I have so much freaking crap. There it is. Aptly named Toaster Bath. And then what we're gonna do. Oh, whoop. Is we'll do a white line across, and then that's gonna be like, because you know how some like body products had that like really clear label for like all the writing? That's kind of what we're doing with this.
Okay. That's a pretty nice effect.
Mm-hmm. We're also going to mess around with the text a little bit just to make it more readable.
Fair enough.
Give it more effects, because I love my text effects. Which, you would think that I would use, like more of a graphic design software like Inkscape to do my, like, text effects. No, I hand do all that in Clip because I hate myself.
Well, it produces decent results.
It does.
So the results speak for themselves.
I mean, it does, but like, so for example, all the work that I've done for Yin for like text effects and stuff like that, I have done it entirely with my own 2 eyeballs in Clip. And sometimes I get it like spot on, and then other times Yin comes back to me and she's like, hey, this is off by like a micromillimeter.
Oh.
And I'm like, Yin, it's a micromillimeter. She's like, yes, but I'll know. I'm like, okay. I guess I'm fixing it. I love Yin. Yin keeps me humble and makes sure that I don't cut corners. Because there have actually been a couple times where I have tried to phone it in and Yin's just like, no.
Oh.
And I'm like, really? She's like, well, I like the way you draw. And I'm like, God fucking damn it. Alright.
The artiste was chosen.
I joke all the time. I'm like, imagine. I'm like, you better hope nothing happens to me, otherwise you're screwed. And she's just like, don't say things like that. I'm like, again, I get all my self jokes. I'm like, you couldn't get that lucky.
Yeah.
But she's like, yeah, no, don't speak that into existence. It's funny too because she got I think there was another artist in her Discord that gave her some free emotes that they were doing because they wanted to practice their like emote stuff. And Yin got back to me and she's like, fan, I promise I'm not cheating on you. I didn't order new emotes. And I'm like, it's okay. It's okay. I'm not mad.
Jeez.
But like, I recognize, so I think one of the most important things that you can recognize when you are an artist and you're doing commissions and that kind of thing is it's important to recognize when something's like out of your range of ability.
Yeah.
Like, now that's not to be like you shouldn't take on anything that's outside of your comfort zone. That's not what I mean. What I mean is if you don't feel comfortable charging for it, and if you don't want to like charge like maybe a discounted rate because, you know, it's something you haven't tried before, like there's no shame in recommending somebody that you know does it a bit more often than you do, or just outright saying that hey, I'm sorry, but this is a bit out of my wheelhouse. I don't think I can do this for you. You know?
Yeah.
And I don't think that gets talked about in the world of like artists that much, because usually when you talk about doing commissions, it's talked about, you know, how to get as many commissions as possible, right? Or how to grow your client base so you get a lot of commissions or more consistent commissions, which again are very important subjects as well. But what if somebody asks for something that you just, you know, it's not your like cup of tea or anything, you know?
I get what you mean.
Now that being said, usually you can disclose if there's something that you don't like want to do, right? Usually you put that in like terms and conditions, which I'm still learning about artist terms and conditions. I'm actually about to steal, quote unquote, steal somebody's terms and commissions template. Because on their video they said, hey, if you want to steal my terms and conditions template, you're more than welcome to. But
Well,
but yeah.
yeah. I actually do need to open
commissions. I mean, honestly. Well, I'm building some your character here, like, animated commissions, like with the chat buddies.
Yeah.
I love them. I love them so much.
The chat buddies are great.
But, somebody was saying that, you know, if you have to open emergency commissions, instead of doing emergency commissions, do your character here templates. And the reason being is because when you do emergency commissions, you know, you get like, and I've been bad about this too in the past. Like, I have friends that I owe like a decent amount of commissions to. But,
I just said, oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not that great of a friend. But, ooh, no. I don't like that. Ooh, Vivid Light works kind of well. But, in any case, what happens is you open up, like, emergency commissions, and this is not everyone, but, like, it's like you open up emergency commissions, and then you get, like, money up front, right? And so then that allows you to pay the bills that you took on emergency commissions for. But then you, but then, like, you know, either that, when that bill gets out of the way, like, things come up and you don't really, like, at least for, like, I think this affects, like, people that are, like, I don't want to say necessarily, like, newer, but, like, who don't, how do I explain this? People with, like, time management issues, or people who are still, like, trying to, like, find their commission foothold, I guess. But, like, when you open emergency commissions, usually it's because you have a deadline that's coming, like, really fucking fast. And then, you know, you get the money you need for that deadline bill, and then it's like, okay, now I have more time to work on commissions. And then either you start and you get burnt out, or you, like, it falls through, and then it becomes the cycle of where you have to catch up on old commissions, and then you need to open emergency commissions because you have another bill that's due, that's owed, right?
Yeah.
And kind of like Vivid Light a bit more. Actually, I could do... That's multiply. That's normal. But, shit, what was I talking about? But somebody pointed out that if you do your character here commissions, or like your character here templates, you don't have to start from scratch. You just have to repaint certain elements to look like that person's character. And because you already have a base template set up, you can get those done relatively quickly, you know?
I get you.
And that's not to, like, be mean or be like, you know, you shouldn't take on emergency commissions at all and raw. No. That's not what I mean. If you can manage your time to do emergency commissions, manage your time to do emergency commissions, you know, because life throws curveballs. At the same time, though, your character here commissions are probably more apt so you can, like, meet commission-y deadlines, I guess, and not burn yourself out.
Yeah, what you mean. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I like how this is Milk Rose body mucus. Fade that just a teeny smidgen because we want to make it you know, you want to make it a nice, smooth, non-dotted line.
Yeah. Solid line.
We're gonna make it nice and glossy, TM. Yep. I had a feeling that was gonna happen.
Oh?
I used the dump can and it was like, hey, let's turn the whole thing that, like, off milky white color.
Oh.
Thanks, Clip. Thanks. This is my favorite program to draw in. I also like Rebel a lot too. I know it's been a hot minute since I've, like, drawn in Rebel.
Yeah.
But Rebel's really fun for, like, watercolory paints.
I getcha.
Anything you would like to talk about since I'm dominating this entire conversation? Don't be shy now.
But I am a shy boy. But,
He likes cheese.
yes, I do like cheese.
Oh shit, stab in the dark.
But, so it did just go into my head. You had shared the SpongeBob conspiracy video with me the other day.
Yeah.
I have almost finished that, and my god, they're brain breaking.
Alright, I gotta hear the thoughts now. We gotta go through all the thoughts of the SpongeBob hyper conspiracy theory by Fuck, what was his name?
Alex Bale.
Yeah.
So number one, I'm not fully through it yet. I've gotten through most of it.
What was the last theory you left off on?
So I left off on coming into the robot invasion theory.
That's such a
I
good
just
one.
finished up the Squidward director mini theory.
So, what I find interesting is it's Squidward the director, it's the overall film show theory that's been confirmed, I think, by, like, the Pitch Bible, and then, like, and then the, Goofy Goober cult theory.
The Goofy Goober cult theory is a pretty interesting one.
Right?
It brought up a lot of information from the show that I hadn't seen, because I haven't watched a lot of the more recent SpongeBob stuff.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I haven't either, so...
But it was interesting as all hell that Goofy Goobers is just this giant cult.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Well, no, honestly, my favorite, basic, the Mrs. Puff theory.
Oh my god, I love the Mrs. Puff theory.
It was just absolute chaos, or should I say, Bobby Blowfish.
What about, her husband?
Oh god, Mr. Puff. It's... Ooh. Ooh. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. By the way, this mega video is like 4 hours long. Of just different SpongeBob theories.
It's actually just over 4.5 hours long.
Yes!
It is wild, but it is well worth sitting and listening to. It's honestly pretty... They're all pretty crazy, but he does present enough information from in-world universe to be able to explain all these outlandish thought processes.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I forget, but I think he has another theory video about how Cabbage Guy from Avatar: The Last Airbender, Cabbage Guy is a Fire Nation spy.
I feel like I've heard somebody else talk about that theory before.
Well, like, the evidence he points out is kind of amazing. Okay, because think about it. Whenever you first see Cabbage Guy, he's entering an Earth City. And then the next time that the Avatar gang goes to that city, it's taken over by the Fire Nation.
Yeah?
There's also a scene where, there's a scene where, like, they're trying to get on a ferry to go to, like, to get through the Serpent's Pass, to go to the last, I think, like, Earth Kingdom holdout, or the Earth Kingdom, like, capital city. And he gets stopped because he's bringing in outside cabbages. And the lady is like, you can't do that. You know, what if you bring in a cabbage slug and it disrupts the entire ecosystem of the city? And when the platypus bear destroys the cart, if you go frame by frame, you can see a cabbage slug falling out of the thing.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
Uh-huh. It's all coming together.
Aw.
And the other really wild part of that theory is that he's the one that the Ember Island players learned about the Avatar from and wrote the entire play about.
Oh.
And that theory sounds totally, like, outlandishly wild, but, like, if you think about it, it kind of makes sense because it's proposed that he is so the reason why he has all this interpersonal detail about them, one is because he always seems to keep running into them, but two, he like the swamp benders, he has a bending ability with the cabbage. So he can see things through the cabbage. So when people buy cabbage, it's like he has his own spy network.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Right? Right?
I mean, so I know the series gets a lot of hate, but have you ever seen Legend of Korra?
I have seen Legend of Korra, but it's been a while. I do know about Cabbage Corp, though.
That's where I was going. It's one of those, we can tell that the cabbage seller and his family end up rising to some level of success.
Mm-hmm.
My whole thing is, if he was always having his cabbages destroyed, how was he making money? How was he able to rise into a successful business position?
Because he was a spy.
Exactly, and hence the reason I bring that up.
But for a one-off character to have a full-on fucking spy saga story, I was just like, there's no way. Don't convince me of this. I was like, damn, it makes too much sense.
That's the wild fucking thing, is he really was supposed to be a one-off character. He was only supposed to have a single appearance. But due to how much fans loved him, they added him in again later on.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So the fan response got the attention of the creators.
You gotta love when that happens.
Oh yeah. No, it's been forever since I've watched Avatar. I need to re-watch that.
You know they're coming out with a new Avatar, right?
Yes, I had heard about that. I had heard a bit about it. I feel mixed that it's coming back.
Well, they're doing...
It'll really depend on how they do it.
That's true.
Whether this is going to be the Avatar after Korra, or if it's going to be an Avatar farther down the line, what state the world's in.
No,
we're going back and looking at past lives.
So, I don't know. So this is an Avatar after Korra, because the way that they've set this up is Korra has essentially destroyed the world, and this Avatar is fixing it, essentially. However, what they're doing is where in previous carnations, the Avatar has always been, like, one person. They're doing twins for this Avatar.
So, okay. So I actually have some thoughts on that. I feel like I know where they pulled the whole twins thing from.
Mm-hmm.
So not gonna lie, Korra didn't really leave things in the best states. She wasn't the best Avatar. I could definitely see it being that, yeah, after everything she caused, the next Avatar has to clean up. So that I honestly could see. Makes a lot of sense doing it that way.
Mm-hmm.
The doing twins. In Korra, they had done a set of twins, and it had brought an interesting dynamic, and I think that's why they would opt for a set of twins to end up being the next Avatar.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is, what is the power distribution and scaling going to be on that?
A lot.
Because it's one of those, will each of them be able to bend all 4 elements, or will it be split, where each can only bend a certain number? And when it comes to the Avatar state, do they have to be together to enter it, or can they be separated?
I think that's what they're gonna explore a bit more in the show. So I have found through the years that I don't dislike Korra as much as I did when she first came out. But I think had they not I think had they not have had such a tumultuous production, there were things that they could have done better.
That I can definitely agree on.
I think it's cool we got new bending styles. I think it's really cool to see them transition into a more modernized world and how bending fits in with that. I'm gonna be a bit honest, I wasn't really as invested in Team Avatar as I was with Aang and the gang.
Yeah. I can agree on that one as well.
I did think it was cool that Korra and Asami got together at the end.
Yeah.
Representation aside, I did like their chemistry together. I did like them together.
I like how they built up to them actually entering a relationship.
Mm-hmm. But I also like the villains. I think the villains were done really well. They were definitely, I feel like Aang would have had a harder time with them than Korra did. So it was nice that we got to see some we got to see some intense power scaling, but again, it's a mixed bag. There are things I liked, there are things I hated. I thought it was an interesting take to show that Korra had mastered the other 3 elements relatively easily, but then was having issues with air.
Yeah, that I did think was an interesting kind of plot twist. Because it's one of those, when we see Aang learning the elements, he had the most trouble with Earth. And it's one of those you kind of chalk it up to, he was raised as an airbender. This is his polar opposite.
Mm-hmm.
So, with the next Avatar being from the Water Tribe, you would expect that trouble to come with firebending.
Mm-hmm.
But we end up getting her ability to do airbending restricted instead.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. I'll be right back. I have to pee.
Yes. Run to the bathroom.
Quick, Velvet. Dress and Dragon, do the hula.
I don't have flies to do that.
I gotta make that a BRB redemption to dress and drag and do the hula. Alright. Please, my entire setup, do not fall.
Hi chat, I'm here to keep y'all company while Fan runs to the restroom. I hope everybody's been having a great night. It's been a good day. It's been a good day. But yeah, no, Fan has been hard at work. And it's been incredible seeing her progress like this. Remember, chat, I said none of this. None of this makes its way back. But yeah. Make sure to drop a follow and everything. Yeah, we're just kind of vibing. It's kind of nice having somebody just chill to talk to, you know? Plus, it makes better content for you if something chaotic happens. I hope y'all are having a good evening, good night, good time zone.
Alright, I'm sick. Whoop! No, I'm not.
Ooh. Careful.
Everything's falling apart.
Oh gosh.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
So, hot take. Kuvera was right. The giant robot lady from season 3. I think that was her name. Was her name Kuvera?
Oh, yes. Okay, I think I remember who you're talking about. It's been a while since I've watched Avatar. It's been longer since I've watched Korra.
Yeah, I was right.
No, honestly, season 1 of Korra was rough.
Oh, yeah.
But I feel like after season 1, it did start getting better. And the stories at least started being a bit more fun.
Yeah, hold on. Her.
Yes, okay, that's how I thought it was.
Like, in all
The
honesty...
whole metal bending kingdom was insane.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But, like... Great, my pen evaporated. No, it didn't. I found it. I would lose my own head, I swear. But no, like... I occasionally see analysis videos on Korra about the villains, the world, the story, the power scaling, what they did wrong, what they could have done right, like all kinds of stuff. I will say that they also kind of dropped the ball in the first Avatar series, because how are you gonna sit there and make the most Romeo and Juliet-esque romance and then have Katara and Aang get together in the end? Like,
Okay.
because, like...
I do see where you're coming from with that.
Okay, because, like, think about it, right? Zuko and Katara should have been endgame.
See, but then what about Mai?
Okay, mine comes out of left fucking field. Let's be honest here.
See, I disagree on that one.
Okay, but think about it, right? So, Zuko and Katara, they set up a lot of like really good interactions with them and chemistry. And like Zuko gives her back her mother's necklace. She could have potentially used water to heal the scar on his eye. But then think about their spirit personas, right? So Zuko takes on a spirit persona with like a blue mask and like Water Tribe-esque like details. And then Katara takes on a Fire Nation spirit, the Painted Lady, with red themes.
Yeah.
Like, it's...
I fully see where you're coming from.
Like, the context set it up so well, and then they were like, well, we gotta have our hero get with somebody, so we'll have him get with Katara, and then we'll give Zuko mine.
So I definitely see how that could be feeling. But once Mai gets introduced and we see the first interactions with Zuko and we start seeing some of the flashback stuff, it's one of those, you could tell that Zuko was intended to end up with Mai. Mm-hmm. They had already dated previously at that. They knew that they had real feelings for one another. The dynamic between Zuko and Katara, at least in my opinion, ended up being more that you would see in like country friendliness. I guess would kind of be the way to put it.
I don't know. I'm like convinced they should have been in game.
It's fair. It's one of those, I feel like if Zuko and Katara had more solo interactions, if Zuko had joined Team Avatar earlier, then that romance would have had a chance.
Mm-hmm.
But because of how the few interactions that we got with them, while they were always heartfelt, it was more of a friend talking to a friend, trying to support them and help them out of a funk. Whereas I feel that a greater connection was honestly formed between Avatar and between Aang and Katara, but because of the fact they were together so much longer, I feel like that was more destined to happen.
I suppose. Sorry, I'm trying.
As we find out down the line, they remained friends. They all remained friends. Even once Aang had ended up passing, Zuko didn't. It doesn't seem like Zuko tried to make any pass at Katara.
Zuko was married and had a kid.
I mean, true, but we also don't know the state of his marriage at that point.
He had several kids. His like we saw his daughter become
grandson.
Hmm?
We saw his grandson come to Republic City.
Zuko's grandson.
Yeah.
Yeah, but his daughter was on the council.
True.
She was the Fire Nation like consult for the council.
True.
If I remember correctly. I don't. I feel like I need to do more with this label, but like I don't know how to make the colors work. No, blue kind of makes it pop a bit more. Okay, that looks nothing like the bottle. But I can't do more pink.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, what if I... darken that, and then... Ah, there we go.
Hey. Okay, yeah, no, that color definitely works good.
Definitely looks better. I'm looking at it and it looks a little hard to read.
What if you made it a touch more to the red side?
I could try that. Ooh. Nope, too dark. Oh, whoops. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. Give it kind of that shadow effect. Hmm. Make it kind of bubbly, almost.
Oh. Like it. Add that extra highlight in.
But no, like, I thought in Legend of Korra it was a bold decision to make Aang appear like a bad dad.
Getcha.
Because he favorited, not Boomy, but his other son, the one that became an airbender.
Tenzin.
Tenzin, yeah. And that caused discord between him and his other siblings.
Yeah.
Some people pointed out that it was out of character for Katara to let that happen.
Yeah, that is a bit odd. I can agree on that one. It was a choice that I don't necessarily agree with myself.
In some ways, I can kind of understand. It was don't get me wrong, it was a bold move. But in a way, I could kind of see it.
Yeah.
I could see that causing a lot of fighting between him and Katara. Honestly.
Yeah. I can see that not being the greatest for their relationship.
But it shows that Aang is not infallible, you know? Because, like, we do kind of get that with him being, like, 12 and having to, you know, like, figure out how to stop, like, a war and all that. But, like, or not how to stop a war, but how to put an end to an already ongoing war. And I know the comic book series adds a lot of, like, detail
Yeah.
that the show doesn't, like, go over, but... Did my music run out?
It did.
It did indeed. We're gonna replay, and we're gonna loop it. So I don't have to keep pressing replay every hour like I used to do when I first started streaming. Because I was a schmuck.
Hey, everybody starts somewhere.
But no, I'm interested to see what they do with the next Avatar series.
Agreed.
Especially with
It'll be
them.
interesting.
Yeah, especially with them being twins and everything.
Yeah.
I'm doing all this effort to put highlights on these letters, and I'm like, honestly, I probably could have just found a font that already had this.
True, but this adds an extra personal touch.
The pain is what makes it art. Also, I feel like it does add more readability to the letters.
Yeah.
Any hot takes you have?
Well, depends on the kind of hot take that you mean.
Okay, how about this? Any antagonists you feel were right?
Ooh, okay. That is a fun question. Yes, actually. Or maybe not necessarily right, but were not as bad as they were made out to be.
Mm-hmm.
What was the example that immediately popped into my head? Oh god, why did it immediately fly out of my brain? Immediately, it's gone. What the hell?
That's funny.
God, this is gonna really bug me now. Why is my brain being mean?
Somebody said Scar. Scar was
Scar?
right to overthrow Mufasa.
Okay, I can see that. But at the same time, when he did finally overthrow Mufasa, things weren't any better. Things were quite a bit worse.
Okay, grant you, things got worse later. But when Scar overthrew Mufasa, okay, he made life better for the hyenas.
Yeah.
Like, initially, and then all the herds, like, moved away.
No, that is fair.
But until it got to that point where the herds were like, you know what, we're not putting up with this overhunting bullshit anymore. Life was good. Life was really good. For them.
Yeah.
Everyone else, kind of hit and miss.
That's a good one. Damn, I'm trying to think back to childhood. Brain, work. Why can I not think of anything?
Really stumped you on that one, didn't I?
You did, because there have been... The issue is the way that my mind ends up working. Whenever I'm trying to think of something specific, I always completely lose it.
I think these lines down here need to be like a bit thinner.
God damn. Why must you give me tough conundrums?
Alright, I guess we'll skip that one and we'll go to something else.
Hey, no, actually, one just hit my brain.
Okay.
Gantu from Lilo and Stitch.
Gantu from Lilo and Stitch was in the right. Explain yourself.
Okay, so, while yes, he's not necessarily viewed as a good guy, but you have to bear in mind, in the original Lilo and Stitch and so on, in the beginning, he was working for the Galactic Alliance. He was working for universal government. Jumba was the one doing illegal things.
Okay.
He was illegally doing genetic experimentation.
I would never, ever make more than one.
But
Sorry.
It's one of those... All Gantu's trying to do is his job. All he knows is this scientist is doing illegal experiments, needs to arrest him, and contain the experiments he's built. So it's one of those where I do not feel he did anything wrong at all.
I can agree to that. See, Lilo and Stitch is interesting because it's one of the few movies where, yes, there are antagonistic forces, but the people themselves are not antagonistic. If that makes sense. Like, okay, like Jumba, for example. Jumba you could probably write off as antagonistic, like, through and through, but he goes through a, kind of like a redemption kind of thing, you know? But characters like Gantu or Bubbles, right? They themselves are not antagonistic, they're just part of a system that is antagonistic, or is forcefully antagonistic to people that are just trying to live their lives. You know?
Yeah.
So I
Okay,
get
I
it.
getcha.
I see it. Ursula?
Ooh, okay. Ursula, you're gonna have to explain.
Okay, well, Ursula, I'm gonna have to break my back to kind of reach for these straws, so bear in mind, it's very much a back-breaking, almost straw argument. Because, like, if you go by context by one of the sequel-prequel movies, like, Triton banned all music, actually is right, and I don't have to bend my back to reach for straws. Ariel signed a contract. And Ursula held up her deal of the contract. Granted, she tried to cheat, but she did hold up her end of the bargain. Alright. And Ariel weaseled her way out of that contract.
Yeah.
For unfortunate souls in pain, in need. I'm just saying, yeah, she was trying to cheat her way into winning, but Homegirl was still bound by contract rules. Followed through, gave her 3 days with legs on land. You know, it's not her fault that the prince could easily be seduced by another pretty woman with a voice that sounded exactly like his savior.
This is true.
Alright? But as far as Ursula taking over King Triton's crown, yeah, that's gonna be a bit of a backbreaking argument that she could have made life better. Because Triton, we don't really, other than him, like, banning music, we don't really know what his rule was like. However, that negates the, what we saw of Ariel's life in the TV show that took place before she met Prince Eric.
Yeah?
But I haven't seen the TV show recently, nor when I was younger did I see enough episodes to confirm if Ursula was in fact in the right. Also, there's a theory that, like, that she's supposed to be, like, his sister.
That one I've heard. That I feel like that one might be a little bit of a stretch.
So there is this documentary on Disney, about, I think it's, God, what's his name? I think his name is, like, Howard Ashman or something like that. Basically, we have him to thank for our 90s childhood, essentially.
Yeah.
It's a really good documentary because he's the one that, like, so originally Sebastian was supposed to be British. I was like, why are you making him British? Why not make him Jamaican?
Yeah.
He's the reason why Ursula's design is based off of a popular drag queen at the time, Divine. Which, if you didn't know that, now you do. Congratulations.
I did not know that.
Mm-hmm. So it's actually funny because Katzenberg was in charge of Disney Animation at the time. We have to watch this documentary now. It is so good. But they talk about being in, like, meetings where, like, they were trying to figure out the story, and Ashman's like, well, why not make it a musical? And they were like, okay. Or I think they were trying to make it a musical. I don't remember the story. But basically, Katzenberg wanted to nix part of Your World. Because it did not test well. And Howard was like, over my fucking dead body.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't have been good for the movie if they took that out.
And it's the most iconic movie ever. Or the most iconic song in the movie ever. But no, it got, like, so fucking close to being nixed.
Jeepers. That's honestly wild.
Mm-hmm. He's also the reason Little Shop of Horrors was brought into the modern day. I can't remember, but, like, Little Shop of Horror, so I know this sounds strangely weird and out of left fucking field, but it is important to his story because what had happened was Little Shop of Horrors was made, I think, like, in the 1950s or 60s as, like, a joke film that couldn't be, like, made in a day, and the director was just kind of like, you know what, bet. And so they did it, and then Howard saw it, I think, like, on a late night, and he decided to write a musical for it, and then it did really well on Broadway, and then they made a movie, and he wrote all the songs.
Cool to know.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I really like this.
It is really nice.
Come on. Okay. We're just gonna do that because trying to grab and move everything at once is... That's gonna end up as no bueno. But no,
Fair enough.
So I think Howard Ashman, he did The Little Mermaid. He did as far as his Disney credentials are, I know he did Little Shop of Horrors. He wrote several other, I think, like musicals for Broadway too. But he did The Little Mermaid, he did Beauty and the Beast, and he did, I want to say, Aladdin and one other film that gave us such amazing songs. But it was a really like stressful time for him because that was back when, you know, you didn't really tell a lot of people you were gay.
Yeah.
You know, you didn't really come out. And the thing of it is that while they were working on Beauty and the Beast, the entire storyboard team had to fly, I want to say, back and forth from Hollywood to New York. So that way he could write songs and make changes, because what had happened was he got AIDS. And so he couldn't travel, and he was worried that if he had told anybody at Disney, they were going to revoke his insurance. And the entire team like went out to support him and be with him. And he...
What?
Mm-hmm.
That's both really cool and really good. Nice.
Yeah. I think I remember, if I remember correctly, it was like he yeah, we have to watch it. It's so sad because I think had he been able to live, we could have had so many more amazing songs and movies.
Oh yeah.
But
I can 100% believe that.
But okay, I'm turning layers on and off because I'm trying to find which layer this one's on. Okay. But the reason why I bring that up is because, like, I never would have thought that. You know, I saw Disney movies as musicals when I was little, and I was like, can we cut the singing? I hated the singing, honestly, in Disney songs. I'm like, why are they breaking out into the song? Come on. But now that I'm older, I hum all the tunes and I listen to all the music. And that's not to say that Disney doesn't have other really amazing songwriters, but like, considering the fact that the Black Cauldron nearly bankrupted the company, and Beauty and the Beast, I think, is what I want to say, between The Little Mermaid and Beauty and the Beast, was what essentially saved the company. Like, that's insane credentials, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, amazing documentary. Amazing documentary. Actually, Sleeping Beauty is the documentary that talks about, or is it Sleeping Beauty, or it's Sleeping something that is the documentary that talks about how they turned around from going almost bankrupt into being like back on top. And that's another like really good documentary too. And now they've kind of turned into evil corporation TM.
Yeah.
But no, I love fun facts like that, or like really obscure facts. Like,
Gotcha.
I know,
Stuff like that is fun.
yeah. So like, okay, so like for the longest time, not a lot of people knew about Oswald the Lucky Rabbit until Epic Mickey came out.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna be like, I knew about Oswald the whole time, because I didn't, but like, so when I was when I was a little guppy and I was in school, every time English class would assign, you know, hey, write a paper about what you want to be when you grow up, or write a paper about, you know, this favorite thing that you want to do when you grow up. I wanted to be an animator at Disney. Like, that was my dream. And then over the years, my dream changed. I'm not sure if I'm going to make that dream, but I am going to make one part of it, which is to be an animator. Come hell or high water, baby. We're going to do it.
You got this.
But, fuck, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, so Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. So I did, so basically that to say that every time I did a paper about Disney. I did a paper about being an animator, which, by the way, if you look up books on how to be an animator, it's a cult. It is 100% a cult, because every book you will find on how to, or at least at the time, every book that you will find on how to be an animator, the basics of animation, character animation, they all come from somebody who either works at or for Disney.
Huh.
That since changed, I believe. But like at the time, like all the like major recommended ones that people would like talk about, they had worked for Disney at one point in their careers. It was a conspiracy, I swear. Insert meme guy with the fucking whiteboard. But in any case, so yeah, so one of the papers I did, I learned about Oswald. And I learned that I think like the Walt Disney Company got his rights in like, or they got his rights back in like 2009? Either 2000, it was either 09 or 06, which I know is like a 3-ish year difference, but like my memory is kind of bad.
Nah, I get you.
But, oh, by the way, you can thank Walt Disney for the reason why we have insane copyright laws.
Oh?
So basically what had happened was copyright law, so like prior to copyright laws being the thing, being like, you know, a thing, like say you write a piano tune, okay?
Yeah.
And, you know, you print it out on like a sheet of paper, and people can, you know, like buy and play your music, or they can even replicate your music for themselves and say, hey, I wrote this. And so the thing with no copyright laws is you also didn't get royalties. So like there was one, I don't know if he was like a classical writer, but there was one musician, and I forget what he wrote, but it was like a really popular tune at the time. And he basically died in the gutter, penniless.
Oh, jeez.
And his family, I want to say I think it was his family or somebody who was really close to him, like basically went to Congress and was like, hey, we need copyright laws. All right. And so the first instance of copyright laws, I believe it was intended that they were only supposed to last like your lifetime, essentially.
Yeah.
Which was, I think they determined life to be like 27 years. It was either I'm so bad. I cannot remember. Please look this up. Somebody please look this up for yourself. This is just going based off of my memory from what I remember like looking into, and that was like forever and a half ago. I am not a reliable source. Do your own research, TM. But essentially, they had a stint of copyright where copyright was only supposed to last, I want to say, for like 20-ish years. It was enough for you to get paid, but long enough to where like eventually whatever media you created would go into culture, or the cultural what is it? It's not for use. It's public domain. So that way, if other people wanted to take your work and make creative stuff about it, they could, and then, you know, they wouldn't get sued to hell and back. Well, which, by the way, the Disney company built their entire empire based off of works that were in public domain. Most public domain works. I think the exception, there are a couple of exceptions, like Tarzan, but we're not going to talk about that tragedy.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out to they who hold the rights to Tarzan and let it go for leasing purposes only. That is kind of ingenious if you think about it.
Oh, yeah.
But, as a side note, so copyright was like, okay, we're gonna let you get paid, because you work hard, you should get paid for this thing you created, but eventually it'll go into public domain, and then you can just kind of do whatever the hell you want. Well, what had happened was, when Walt Disney started, I believe he started at Warner Brothers with a partner, and they had Oswald. And it was Oswald the Lucky Rabbit. And, basically what happened was Walt Disney's partner kind of, like, screwed him over. I forget what had happened. I forget if he got, like, a promotion deal, or the exec heads, like, loved him but weren't really like a big fan of Walt. And so basically what had happened was he took Oswald and fired Walt, and basically Walt Disney didn't have the rights to Oswald anymore. So he couldn't make any cartoons with him. He couldn't like do anything. Well, Walt Disney took this incredibly personally, you know, because business is insanely personal, despite what people tell you. And so when he created Mickey Mouse, he lobbied for Congress to extend copyright laws. And so now, instead of copyright laws lasting only like 20 or so-ish years, now they last upwards of 80.
Yeah.
And so because of that, that's why Disney, like, they will go after you.
Oh, yeah.
And, of course, other corpos will, too. Like, Nintendo will. But, that's part of the reason why when, Steamboat Willie finally became public domain, like, it was a huge thing. Because Disney could no longer, like, keep its copyright, nor, I think, like, extend their copyright holding on it. And so now Steamboat Willie is in public domain. Or at least that version of Mickey Mouse. So it's going to be probably like a few millennia before we see actual Mickey in public domain. Like the Mickey we know, but... But yeah.
Working towards that. Yeah, so as of January 1st, 1978, the lifespan of a copyright is the author's life plus 70 years.
Ah, okay. God, that's so long.
Oh, yeah.
Actually... So, but yeah, no, thank you, Walt Disney. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Hey, 4,000 points to the Dark Souls community campaign. I should probably be advertising that I'm doing that.
Yes, you should.
Alright, so, for everybody, I have a Dark Souls Remastered community challenge. Basically, my community of fishlings need to raise 200,000 channel points to, in order for me to play Dark Souls Remastered as the next game that I play after Dredge. I had a friend who very kindly purchased the game for me because I played Another Crab's Treasure, which is a Souls-like, and I've yet to play the origin of Souls-like games. So, you can donate up to, I think, 2,000 channel points at a time. I can't extend it any higher than that. I've tried, but essentially, you got 30, you have until I complete Dredge to determine if, Dark Souls is gonna be my next game. I'm totally not gonna cry. Totally not gonna cry. That's not gonna happen at all.
We gotta get it, chat. We've gotta get it.
Don't get it, chat. Don't do it. It's a scam.
We must put her to the test.
Rude. Rude. Oh, but anyways, but that to say, Walt Disney didn't want what happened to Oswald to happen to Mickey, so that's why copyright was that's why he lobbied for copyright to get extended. And then Disney got the right, I think Disney bought the rights to Oswald in like 06 or 09, and then Epic Mickey came out in 010.
Oh shit.
In 10, not 010. I don't know why I'm...
Yeah.
God, the original Epic...
I knew what you meant.
God, the original Epic Mickey came out in 2010. Holy fuck.
Oh yeah. It's... When you get into dates, all it does is make you feel old.
Yeah. Dude, I remember getting the limited edition nunchuck for the Wii. That was the paintbrush.
Oh, damn.
I hoard it. My dad's like, why do you have this for a system you don't even use anymore? I'm like, because I bought it and it's mine and it's limited edition. I think it's actually still in my closet at my parents' house. But it was a really cool nunchuck, alright?
No, I remember it. I remember seeing the advertisements for that thing. I wanted it. I never got it, though.
Why didn't you get it?
Because money was always tight.
Oh. Yeah, okay, I get you. It's okay, I'll share mine.
Oh.
Actually,
I've also actually never played Epic Mickey.
It's so good. Actually, I played Epic Mickey on stream. I mean, I created a whole Sona for Epic Mickey.
Was watching.
Yee! I wish I was good at platformers, and I am not. No, Epic Mickey is... I wish Disney would do darker things more often.
At you?
If that makes sense. Because when Disney goes dark and chaotic, that slaps so fucking hard. Like,
yeah.
The movie that nearly bankrupted them, The Black Cauldron, by the way. Have you ever seen The Black Cauldron?
I have, but it was a while ago.
We're gonna rewatch The Black Cauldron. That movie is dark. The Horn King is one of the most sinister villains Disney has ever come out with.
Oh, jeez.
His death is actually really freaking crazy.
God.
Alright, like...
The kind that induces childhood trauma.
Oh yeah, like, it traumatized test audiences. And they were like, hey, maybe don't release this movie. And they did, and it was the biggest, like, box office flop. Again, nearly bankrupted the entire company.
Yeah.
That's like, Chernabog from, Fantasia. He's the big, like, mountain man with the wings. Yes, he actually has a name. His name's Chernabog. We stan him. That's father.
I know that because of Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah! I know that because of the Kingdom Keeper series. Kingdom Keepers also made me terrified of It's a Small World ride.
Oh.
So, if you don't know, the Kingdom Keepers book series is basically, how do I explain it? Think of Night at the Museum meets Disney Parks.
Okay.
Basically, what happens is when the parks close, all the characters come to life. And it's up to, like, these teenagers that have these, like, bracelets that allow them to, I think, turn into, like, holograms to explore the park. Go and explore, and they are trying to, like, prevent, I want to say it's Maleficent, who's the big bad, from, trying to take over the world through the Disney parks.
Oh.
And in one of the scenes in the book, which this is a spoiler, by the way, so if you haven't read the books, go read the books. I think this is in the first book, honestly. It's been a long time since I've read it. But in one of the books, they're on It's a Small World because they have to, like, go get something from the ride. And what happens is the boat gets stuck. And then those very fun little robots start moving to go capture them.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You want to talk about nightmare inducing bullshittery?
That's definitely a bit nightmare inducing.
Uh-huh. It's a good book series.
It sounds interesting.
I think so they came out with the core series. They have, I want to say, 2 or 3 spin-offs and a sequel series. Last I looked.
Oh. I may have to look into them.
Mm-hmm. Um. See, the other thing, but no, like, Epic Mickey is really cool because Epic Mickey is all about, so Master Yin said, no, what was I talking about before? Oh, Chernabog. So, Chernabog, the big bad from Fantasia, or one of them anyway, apparently Disney still gets phone calls from parents talking about how Chernabog traumatized their children.
Oh my god.
And that movie came out in the 40s.
That's honestly pretty wild.
I mean...
I feel like y'all should maybe drop that. Like, it's been so long. What's gonna happen now?
Disney needs to come out with another Fantasia movie. No lie, I feel like if Disney came out with another Fantasia movie, that shit would slap so hard.
Sure. I could see that being pretty good, especially with today's graphical abilities.
Oh, fun fact. So in the first Fantasia, you know the sequence with all the dinosaurs?
Maybe.
Have you not seen Fantasia? Or has it been like forever?
It's been absolutely forever.
So that's another movie we're watching together. Sorry, our watch list just keeps getting longer. But
it really does.
Okay, so in the dinosaur sequence in Fantasia, the end of the dinosaurs comes about in a way that you would not expect, because we know that a meteor hit Earth and that's what killed them all. However, at the time when Fantasia came out, we did not know that. So the way that they ended that dinosaur sequence is earthquakes basically opened up the Earth, and that's how they died, due to a combination of tumultuous earthquakes, a dust storm, and a lack of food resources.
Oh. So yeah, no, a modern one would definitely be quite a bit different.
I'm not sure if they would make a modern version of the dinosaur one, but the point being is there are some bits of information that they didn't know at the time that they were just kind of like, guess what happened, and they did. And it's kind of weird nowadays, now that we know better. Like, so the Stegosaurus and the T-Rex fight that happens, Stegosaurus and T-Rex did not live together at the same time.
Yeah.
In fact, I think the modern day T-Rex, or rather the T-Rex, is closer to roaming the Earth when the iPhone was invented than when it would have been alive during when Stegosaurus would have been alive. Or something weird like that.
Yeah, that's the issue when it comes to a lot of the dinosaurs, is when it comes down to what era they actually lived in.
Well, the other thing about it is that I want to say most of them should be covered in feathers.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah, no, with modern knowledge, quite a few of them are supposed to be covered by feathers.
But they're not! Well, at least not yet, because somebody had pointed out something interesting, that if you were to take modern animals and try to reconstruct them based off of their bones, like how we do with dinosaurs, they look wildly different. Like, somebody did a horse, a bear, and I want to say if you ever wanted to know what nightmare fuel looked like, that's it.
Jeez.
All the nightmare fuel for days.
I've had enough of that over my life. I think I'll forego looking into this nightmare fuel.
But no, but it's really cool to see how far things have come and how much we know from then to now. That's like in Atlantis, somebody pointed out that coelacanths weren't discovered until I think like 1970 or 1980. And the fact that Mr. Whitmore in 1920 has them in his, like, tank and just did not tell anyone else that he discovered them says a lot.
Yeah.
I love Mr. Whitmore. He's great.
Mr. Whitmore is an amazing character. I love how he is the true definition of an eccentric billionaire.
Mm-hmm. I wish we got to know how he made his money.
Oh,
I bet it's the most wild fucking thing ever.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like him and Mr. Adams would be great friends. I'm not even gonna lie. You know what? I want to see that crack fan fiction of the Addams family being in the same universe as Atlantis.
Ooh.
Where's that crack fan fiction of Gomez and Whitmore discussing money for what was it, an expedition to Iceland and going over finances, and Mr. Adams is just like, spare no expense, take them all, take all the money. Somebody's gonna write it now. You know, there actually is a fan fiction about if Harry Potter was sent, if Harry was sent to live with the Addams family.
Hold on, repeat that?
So there's a fan fiction that exists where the Addams exist in the Harry Potter universe, and Harry goes to live with them instead of his other aunt and uncle. Are you okay?
Brain doesn't want to comprehend.
From what I've heard, it's actually really good.
You need to look into it. I'm intrigued.
Surprisingly enough, I am not an AO3 fanfiction girly. And I actually tried to read fan fiction based off of The Host.
Oh.
Okay, so everyone always talks about Twilight, but another book series I should say, it's a one-off that Stephenie Meyer had, was a book called The Host.
They made a movie with that one, right?
Yes. So what The Host was about was essentially there's this parasitic alien species that takes over Earth.
Yeah. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So I actually read that book more than I read Twilight. It was one of my favorite books because, like, the entire premise was interesting. You know, parasitic alien race that has conquered multiple planets in the universe that are virtually immortal, but they essentially, quote unquote, reincarnate by jumping into different bodies. However, because humans are strong-willed, they sometimes have issues completely taking over the body. And so that leads to shenanigans when it comes to the fact that, like, so the main character is this alien named Wanderer. So the way they choose names is kind of interesting. Because they choose names based off of, I want to say, like, personality traits or acts or something like that. So, like, you could have somebody whose name is always smells roses because they always stop to smell flowers. Or you could have someone's name be plays in meadow on a sunny spring day. Something weird like that. But for this particular character, Wanderer, the reason why she's named Wanderer is because she's lived a life on every planet that their species has conquered, with the exception of, I want to say, 2.
Huh.
And it's interesting. So she finds out that her host body is part of, like, a human resistance group. And she also has trouble taking over the host body because the original consciousness is still trying to fight for dominance. And so you have this, like, schizophrenic, like, person and this parasitic alien that's just like, what the fuck? All right, why can't you just go away?
Yeah.
And of course, the human mind that's being conquered is just like, Viva la resistance! Well, in any case, I'm gonna make this a little bit lighter. Well, in any case, also, apologies, spoilers, but, like, this book has been out for a while, so, I mean, at this point, it's kind of on you.
Yeah.
But anyways, so the story follows that Wanderer links up these clues from the host body's original family to find out where they're hiding out, and then goes to be part of the human resistance, or goes to find them in any case. Well, you know, that goes about as well as you'd expect, and doesn't go well at all for everyone involved, because the humans are like, what the fuck? The Wanderer is just like, oh my god, like, these are real humans. These are non-taken over humans. And, you know, the problem is that her host body has a lover. I can't remember if it's, like, her boyfriend or husband, but essentially the dude is, like, you know, kind of excited to have his, like, SO back, even if she is an alien. And so eventually, like, they, you know, Wanderer doesn't get, like, a warm reception. You know, a couple people tried to, like, end her, but because the host body is the loved one of somebody else, that's kind of, like, high-ish ranking in the resistance, he's like, if you harm any, like, hair on this body, I'm gonna kill you, you know, essentially. Well,
Yeah.
over time, they start trusting each other, and then Wanderer starts to fall in love with this other guy, whose name is Ian. I used to always pronounce his name as Ian, because it was spelled I-A-N. I'm like, it's Ian.
Yep.
And then I had a friend who's like, you mean Ian? And I'm like, if his name's Ian, why doesn't it start with an E? And they're like, do you not know English? Apparently no. No, I did not. I still pronounce Barry as Burry because it's spelt with a U. And that was a stupid fight I would get in with my ex, because my ex would be like, it's pronounced Barry. And I'm like, well, if they wanted you to pronounce it as Barry, why isn't it spelled with an A? Why is it spelled with a U? You will not change my mind. I will always pronounce it Burry for that specific reason.
Get you.
And to just be kind of a pain in the ass to everybody. But, but anyways, so as a side note, Wanderer starts falling in love with this other dude, Ian, and that creates tension because it's two different couples. So it's essentially two different couples, but the girl shares one body. You know, and of course, the host body, Esso, is not exactly thrilled to have another guy feeling up his, you know, girlfriend. Alright. But eventually, through shenanigans, they manage to work it out. You know, they have, like, so their, like, police force is called Seekers. And these are, the Seekers are essentially, like, they're trying to investigate, like, human resistance and that kind of thing. And, shenanigans happen, and I'm not gonna spoil the ending, but the ending gets really fucking interesting. What I will say, though, is that, Wanderer winds up splitting from the host body and gets, like, her own body. And so there was talks about another book coming out that was supposed to be like a continuation of what they were doing, because the way it left off, they introduced another human alien that was part of another human resistance group. And it was funny because the guy of that group is like, hey, I understand, you know, the parasite aliens are, you know, not friendly, but, you know, he saved my life more than once. And it turns out that this particular one, his name is Burns. He was actually from a planet where he lived, where everything was on fire.
Oh.
And Wanderer finds that interesting because that was a planet she skipped. There's also context in the book to say that the food source for those particular denizens of that planet, their food source is alive and has its own stream of consciousness. But they're still doing scientific research and investigation on that, so they can't say for certain. And I just wish a second book had come out. I wish it had become a full-on series. Because I would have loved to learn more about the lore and the world and, you know, where the parasites came from and all of that kind of stuff. But as far as I know, it didn't happen. Actually, let me look that up. I'm curious now. Not me getting distracted.
Want me to look it up?
Actually, could you? Yeah. Please. I know Stephenie Meyer came out with like a couple other books that keep getting recommended that look kind of interesting.
It does not look like there has been yet.
Depression. I have depression now. But anyways, my point being is that I really wanted to read a continuation of The Host. And I remember somebody telling me about AO3 and fanfiction, and I was like, okay, so I went I found a host fanfic that was supposed to be like a continuation, and I started reading it, and this is no shade to the author. I don't even know who wrote, I don't even remember which one I grabbed. But again, no shade to the author, no shade to the people who write, host fanfiction or anything. I just couldn't get into it. I started reading it, and it made me want to read the source material again. And I was just like, okay. So I abandoned it and went back to the source material and read it all the way from page 1.
My goodness.
But no, but
I
then...
mean, that's a sign it's good.
But then, like, I see other people that recommend really great fan fiction, and I really do try to read it, but then I'm like, if I'm gonna read it, I may as well just read the source material, and then I go back and I read the source material. And again, how do I explain it? That's more of a me problem than the people that are actually like doing the work to like research, write, and have fun in these creative sandboxes for like world lore and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Also, we got some interesting, like, things out of fan fiction. Like, 50 Shades of Grey.
This is true.
50 Shades of Grey, I think originally started as Twilight fan fiction. I want to say ACOTAR started as a fan fiction from something else. I know Manacled started as Harry Potter fan fiction. Or I think it still is Harry Potter fan fiction. I'm not 100% certain on that one. What else did we get? Oh, somebody, I forget the name of the book, but I saw it recommended where, I think somebody wrote Katara and Zuko ending up together as, like, a fan fiction that then inspired their own original work where they, like, just changed the names not to be Zuko and Katara.
Huh.
So, like, in no way, shape, or form am I, like, saying fan fiction isn't good, or, like, people can't write really amazing fan fiction that then spiral off into their own thing. I don't know.
I get what you mean.
It's just not for me.
Yeah.
Also, apparently, becoming a fanfiction author, requires you to be cursed.
Oh?
So the meme is... So, I may not be a fanfiction girly, but I see all the fanfiction memes because apparently my algorithm's like, we feel like you would be a fanfiction girly. Have fanfiction memes. So, the meme is that if you are a fanfiction author and you write, hey, I'm sorry, I'm going to, I have a couple, like, assignments for class, so I'm gonna postpone this next chapter. I'll see everybody next week. Everything will be all fine. They will never update their fanfiction. That next chapter that they're supposed to write will never come out. However, if you get an update where the author is like, hey, I was in a car wreck, I'm currently in the hospital with 3 broken ribs, a broken arm, and a broken wrist. My husband left me, and my grandma is currently in ICU. I will get there when I will be able to write as soon as I am available. Not only will they update their fanfiction, but it will be the most insane fanfiction ever.
Huh.
Like, I think one person decided to become a fanfic author, and then, they had a surprise bill due that almost bankrupted them. One person I think actually passed away, but their friend was like, hey, I'm sorry to report that the author has passed away. However, I will be continuing their work on this fan fiction to keep you guys updated. And the meme just absolutely spiraled into insanity about how apparently fan fiction writers can still write from beyond the grave.
Huh. That's kind of interesting.
There was a really big controversy a while ago in fanfiction spaces when it came to bookbinding fanfictions. Because, so the thing with fanfiction is, ooh, somebody, Gordaflon, hi! I did blip. I love that redeem. That's my most favorite redeem that I have. Sneaky blip. You couldn't sneak past me. I saw you. I saw you with my own eye holes. I have another redeem. I have another redeem that I poured my blood, sweat, and tears into making, and nobody has done it yet. But I'm not gonna say which one it is. I saw that. I was curious to use it. Well, you know what? You should. You should use those hard-won channel points. Uppies! I love them. It sounds cute, but I will use it randomly. So they last for 15-ish minutes. They haven't showed up on stream yet, but I promise they're on. Yeah! There they are! So, say hello to the chat buddies. On the left, okay, I can't with directions. So the red one is YouTube and the purple one is Twitch. And they last for 900 seconds, which is 15 minutes. But yeah, they're my little chat buddies. They're hand animated by me, like frame by frame animated.
You made this chat.
I worked so hard on them. Ooh, also you caught something. You subscribed for 1 month. Thank you for your subscription. Gordaflon, you caught a Nimbochromis weighing 3 kilograms, worth 65 gold. Congratulations. They are adorable. I lost my streak. No worries, no worries. But oh my god, I'm so glad somebody redeemed them. I was so sad yesterday. Nobody redeemed them, and I was like, okay, you know what? We're not gonna point out that we have them. It'll be okay. It'll be a surprise for when somebody does. But look at them! I love them. I love them so much. They're so great. They're little bubbies. I'm getting so fucking distracted. What was I talking about? I don't remember now.
What were we talking about before bringing up the chat buddies?
Oh, fanfiction. So
Yes.
there was controversy in the fanfiction like kind of community because of bookbinding fanfiction. And it's not so much the book binding of fan fiction itself that's bad, it is the selling that book binding, because fan fiction is supposed to be free.
Yeah.
And it's actually mandated that fan fiction has to be free. Partially because of Anne Rice. Yeah, Anne Rice used to sue fan fiction authors for writing fan fiction of Interview with a Vampire and any of her other works. Which is gonna sound kind of bad because they kind of celebrated when they found out that she is no longer roaming the earthen plane. But yeah, fan fiction only works if you write it. Fan fiction can only stay fan fiction if it's free, essentially.
Yeah. Which makes sense.
But if you want to go through all the effort of bookbinding your own fan fiction, like just for yourself, that's like kind of up to you at that point. Or like if you know a friend who knows how to do it, you can do that. But if you try to sell it as its own thing, not only can you get in trouble for copyright, but so can the author who didn't even know that you were doing that could get in trouble for copyright as well.
Ooh.
So yeah, it's just no bueno.
Yeah, no. Guess not.
Also, two things I learned about, come on. Two things I learned about fanfiction tags is, so on TikTok, you have the spicy scale when it comes to, adult themes in your books. In fanfiction, it used to be the citrus scale, which I thought was really interesting. And then they have another tag that I think has crossed over into the, like, romance genre. I'm not 100% sure because I don't look... So, I buy books, and then I don't look at any of the authors' like, tags for potential triggers. I'm just like, this book sounds great, let me go read it! Which is how I got surprised with Why Choose Romance the first time. Oh my god, I gotta talk about that. But one of the tags that they have is called Dead Dove Do Not Eat. And basically it's a reference to Arrested Development, where there's a paper bag that the guy pulls out of a fridge and it says Dead Dove Do Not Eat. And he opens the bag to find that there's a dead dove in there. And he's like, okay, why did I do that? I don't know what I was expecting because it was written on the bag. But when that tag is there, it's because you have been thoroughly warned to what you are about to read, that if you decide to continue reading, you should not be surprised.
Yeah.
Essentially. I thought that's interesting. I thought that was an interesting tag. But to go back to my surprise of Why Choose Romance. So if you don't know, Why Choose Romance is let me hope I'm gonna say this correctly. Why Choose Romance is essentially where the female lead gets with all of the potential male love interest. So like ordinarily where you would have a quote unquote love triangle where it's like, say you have we'll do the Hunger Games, or we'll even do Twilight. So you had Bella, you could either be on Team Edward or Team Jacob. I want to say for Hunger Games it was like you could either be on Team PETA or Team whatever the other dude's fucking name was, I forgot.
Gale.
Yeah, or Team Gale. But in a Why Choose, Katniss would get with both. Bella would get with both. Sometimes, even the boyos would get with each other. You know?
Yeah.
You know, let's make it a whole ass party. Let's have everybody doing everybody. What could go wrong?
Right?
Actually, there's a Chinese author that did her young adult romance that way. or young adult, like, I forget what it is. It's a young adult. I don't want to say it's dystopia, but it's a young adult series with basically with furry mechs and throw in some Dragon Ball Z. And it's funny because when she was showing her book off to publishers, the end of the series is basically the heroine getting with the other two guys that would ordinarily be put against each other, and publishers were just like, this is not gonna work. This is not gonna work. This is not, like, people aren't gonna like this. And I think it's in talks for getting its own movie deal.
Oh, jeez.
Because she's like, why make them fight each other when they can all just love each other, when the power of love will prevail?
Yeah.
She's great. I have not read her book, but I love her vibe. Like, she also took her author picture in a cow onesie. Because she met, like, a follower or subscriber goal. And she's like, okay, if I do that, that's what my author photo will be. And again, they were like, I think publishers were like, don't do that. And she's like, too late. But anyways, but in a Why Choose, essentially, yeah, so in a Why Choose, the main female lead gets with all of the potential romances, and sometimes the guy romances get with each other. So the first one I read was actually a book by one of my favorite authors, S.J. Sanders. S.J. is great. I love the Ragaroo series so much. But that was not the first Why Choose I read from her. The first Why Choose I read, it was about the Darvel, like, planet, the Darvel planet exploration, like, group. Essentially what it is it's this company that, like, that basically goes out and, like, terraforms planets or goes to, like, colonize other planets. And they basically send people to go work for them. So, like, in this particular series, it's this girl who's a miner on a desert planet filled with snake aliens that nobody has ever seen yet, or if they have seen them, they have been killed immediately after. And so, as I was reading the first book, the girl was like, the first male lead was getting, you know, kind of lovey-dovey on the girl, and then it would change perspectives to be for, like, his two other friends that would kind of, like, babysit her whenever he would, like, go out and go do stuff. And I know that sounds, like, really bad, but this is just based off of, it's been a while since I've read it, okay? It's not as terrible as it sounds. Like, she has free agency to do what she wants to do, and they all wind up going back to the surface because the way the company's digging is gonna, like, collapse, like, everything in, and it's just gonna be no bueno. But essentially what happened was there was a scene where she was with one of the other guys, and they had shenanigan time. I was like, what? Is she cheating on the main love interest? Like, what the hell? Alright. And then she gets with, like, one of the other friendos, and they have, like, a really cutesy, like, you know, intimate scene, and I'm like, what am I reading? What? Because everything I had read up until then had always been, you know, female lead finds male love interest, and then they get together and they do a smorgasbord of intimate activities, like, just as themselves. So I was just like, what the hell? And then the ending got, well, close to the ending, they all, like, found out that they all had feelings for each other, and they were like, you know, let's get together in one big pile and go have fun. And I was like, I got to the end of the book and I was like, what the hell did I read? I literally had a moment where I was like, was that hot? Did I find that hot? I mean, I kind of did, but what the hell? And then I had to go back and read the about, and in the about it said it was a White Shoes romance series where the female lead fell in love with like 3 different Naga aliens. I was like, alright, that would have been nice to know before I bought it, but I'm not entirely mad.
Can't be too mad.
And then I jumped to Red, which is an interesting Red Riding Hood dark fantasy sci-fi dystopia retelling. And that is also a Why Choose, but a very interesting Why Choose. And I'm sorry, but like I can't do normal werewolves because of that series.
Oh, jeez.
I can't. And the reason being is because the Ragaru are so fucking cool. Like just as like a fantasy alien race, because what they are is they're not wolves like the big dogs. They're more like what is it? Lycanthropes, where it's like humanoid-ish.
Yeah, where
But
it's still got that. Yeah.
So they do have the ability to transition from walking on 2 legs to walking on 4s, but they have 4 arms and 4 eyes.
Oh.
They're great. And they, so they're wolves. So the males travel in triad packs, where it'll essentially be 3 males with 1 being the, like, not alpha, but prime, I think. Like, the prime wolf that can actually, like, shoot active, stuff's genetic material, because the other 2, they only shoot blanks.
Oh.
Which is interesting. But the way courting works for Ragaru is that females, which are often bigger, will basically pick a triad that she feels will give her the strongest pups, but who will also, you know, like, protect and provide for the den. And so essentially it's up to them to, like, present themselves, give her, like, gifts of, you know, artesian goods and food and what have you.
Yeah.
But it's really interesting because they travel in groups of 3, and then even though the book does say that they come in all kinds of, like, shapes and sizes. Sometimes it's just 2 packs of male triads. Sometimes it's just a triad that, you know, they don't need the love of a female to, like, be complete. Sometimes they have more than 1 female. Sometimes they only have 1 female. So it's very, like, open, inclusive. But the stories that are written are usually 1 female and 3 males, at least so far. There has been one, it was a Halloween special where it was one Ragaru and 1 female.
Oh.
But it's such a good series. It's such an interesting take.
It sounds like it would be fun. I color me intrigued.
I will say though, Red actually got an expansion.
Oh.
So initially what it was Red, and Red basically was like the quote-unquote, like, stage set for the dystopia, where essentially it was, what you were told was that they were on a dystopic Earth where another alien species had dropped off multiple other alien species. Because the other alien species that were dropped off were essentially like humans, where they were dying. They were dying out due to lack of females, but the human population was dying out due to a lack of males. And so this other, like, super supreme alien species that's, like, super fucking smart or whatever, they were like, okay, we could solve two birds with one stone. We can modify humans to be able to basically breed with these other alien species, and then eventually their populations will become level again. Well, human men, I should say, took this about as well as you'd expect, which is not well at all. And they created this society of huntsmen. And what huntsmen do is they go around and they essentially eradicate the other alien species that get too close to human settlements. However, there was one settlement that had a very good relationship between humans and Raggaroo, and it was in like the northernmost settlement of the world. That settlement got burnt to a fucking crisp, and we don't know. And it is explained that huntsmen like basically like went in and took it out, essentially.
Oh.
God, I'm getting so distracted and I'm trying to do highlights. It's okay. I'm a yapper by nature and I love talking about my favorite books. So, in any case, so essentially where this story starts... Oh, by the way, to note, the color red is seen as a very bad color. Because it is believed that if Raggaroo see the color red, they will go into a blind rage. Basically, like, think of how, like, bulls, like, if you show a red cape in front of, or the belief that you show a red cape in front of a bull will charge. Same basic thing. If a Raggaroo sees anything red, or anything of bright color, it will send them into a blind rage and they'll start killing people. Which, you know, is a very harmful stereotype, by the way.
Yeah.
But our main character has red hair. And because she has red hair, she's seen as a social pariah.
Interesting. That... Mm-hmm. Ooh.
So, her and her family live in this, like, small town out on the frontier, and her father passed, and when the story starts, her mother had just passed, and she is now all alone. She has red hair, she's a social pariah, and the town has this full-on belief that if she remains in town without anybody to help or care for her, she will attract the Raggaroo, and the Raggaroo will destroy the town.
Oh.
Which, how they know she'd be there, no one knows. So what she decides to do is she decides that she's gonna go to the nearest, like, capital city, which is, like, a few weeks away, but her grandmother lives there. And from what her mom has told her, her grandma lives in this city. She doesn't really know much about her, but essentially it's that, you know, going to grandma's. And while she's going out through the woods, she takes stuff from her home, like provisions, supplies, and that kind of thing. Which is something that I don't think she's allowed to do, because usually the town will confiscate that kind of stuff for, like, taxes. Yeah. Or, like, tax-ish purposes. And so what happens is she's just like, fuck it, and goes. And she's like, send someone after me if you must, but I'm getting the fuck out of here. Well, she's a young girl. Well, not young, but, like, she's adult young. So she's a young adult lady, thin as a toothpick, with red hair and a cloak. and maybe enough food to last, I don't know, like 5 days. And she's gonna hitchhike through dangerous woods to go to her grandma's. So that's just kind of a recipe for disaster. Well, what ends up happening is she runs into a triad of Ragaru, who, surprisingly enough, do not murder her on sight when she reveals she has red hair.
Ew.
But they're kind of curious as to why this fucking human is stranded in the middle of the woods, and they don't know what to do. Because the thing of it is they're like, they're cold. So basically for the winter, they go into like this like mating frenzy. Because usually what happens is when the weather gets cold, they like kind of den down to like hibernate. Or not necessarily hibernate, but they den down to like basically for it to be like a quiet season essentially. And that's usually when like the pups are born. They're born in like the winter, and then by the time summer comes around, they can like go out and explore and do stuff. And so this particular group of males, they were trying to find a female to complete their triad before the cold season hit, and they failed miserably. So they were actually on their way back home, and they find this red-haired human lady. And it's interesting because two of them have automatic hate for her because they're like, we don't like humans, humans are mean to us, this, that, and the other. But one of their triad members, who is this red wolf, he takes to her like a fish takes to water. He immediately is just like, hey, can we keep her? Please? And then they, through shenanigans and maybe a bit of misunderstanding, they work out a deal where they help her get as close to the human capital as possible without, you know, them being spotted. Meanwhile, their red-haired triad brother is basically trying to convince both his triad brothers and this human they found that, hey, we should all be together. And
I like this concept.
And it's interesting. So remember that rumor that I mentioned earlier about Ragaru going insane whenever they see the color red?
Yeah.
Well, okay, one, that rumor is not true. That was a lie. But two, red Ragaru are seen as insanely blessed and lucky. Like, if you get a triad member, or if you get a pup that's born with red fur, you are seen as insanely blessed. Like, your triad is seen as an ideal triad. Okay. However, the reason why their triad has issues finding a female is because their leader is a wolf that's entirely black. And black is seen as a negative color because it's associated with the father of death from the godly, like, triad. So he's seen as a shadow walker, as somebody who, you know, could bring death to the family. It's really important that I got that out there. Because that adds a lot of context. So their triad is interesting because they have one member who is a bringer of death and another member who's a bringer of good fortune.
Okay.
By the way, that town.
No,
What?
you finish your thing?
No. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say this sounds incredibly interesting.
Oh, it is. It is. It's insanely interesting, and it's got spin-off series. And guess who read them all? But I will always recommend reading Red first, even though it did get a bit of a updated, right? Like, I think it got like a couple in the, it's not a rewrite completely, but like there was stuff that it got updated with that added like more chapters, more context, like that kind of thing. But anyways, where was I going with this? So anyways, so yeah, to Ragaru, fur color is kind of important. To humans, hair color is important in the sense that they don't want to piss off the Ragaru. Well, anyways, through travel and, so that town that she, you know, was like, fuck it, I'm not gonna stay here any longer. They hire a huntsman to collect a bounty on her because she took food provisions from her house to go to the capital. Alright. But apparently it violates their tax law, and they can't stand having their tax law violated when really it's just a means for them to get control. And so anyways, so a huntsman's after her. And when the huntsman discovers that she has become the fixation of a triad, that's no bueno. That goes about as well as you would think it would, which is not well at all.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't think that would go over well.
Well, anyway, through the shenanigans and adventures, they wind up losing him to I think they call them ogres, but they're like mutated humans, essentially. Oh yeah, there are mutated humans in this, because again, dystopian sci-fi stuff, which is a lot of fun. They all get captured by this like mutant human colony, and the huntsman winds up tracking them there, and shenanigans ensue, and they wind up, you know, escaping with their lives, barely TM. And so anyways, so eventually as they're traveling together, she decides that she's not gonna go to the capital after all. She's gonna stay with the Triad. I think they actually had to make a temporary den because they got snowed in due to like a mini like blizzard. And they were like, okay, you know what, we're snowed in. We kind of have issues, like their frenzy's starting, you know, because you gotta give the spice that you promised. So spicy shenanigans happen while they get snowed in, and they're like, okay, we can put our differences apart and basically, you know, make this work. So come to find out, yeah. Oh, and the Redford Ragaru, he's kind of important. But we'll get to why later. Which again, not to spoiler. I'm sorry. I really love this book.
You're fine.
Please read it. Please read it. It's so good.
When I have the extra money to get my Kindle Unlimited back, I will add that in after I finish catching up on Spider Mates.
Oh, you gotta, because Urquhart's book is so great. But anyways, so when the snow eventually stops, that huntsman that they ditched comes and tries to fuck shit up for them again, and they escape. But when they escape, they get close to the Redford Ragaru's parents' house. Okay. Actually, I think it was his dad that was an all black Ragaru. I think that's true. Anyway, point is they get to his parents' den. Okay. And his parents decide that they're gonna put him up, right? Well, the other two members of the main love interest triad, they think that the Redford one, his mom is another Ragaru female, because it has never been discussed between the three of them who their parents are, because, you know, like, why would they? And when I tell you, their jaws absolutely drop to find a human woman with a Raggaroo triad, they're just like, what the fuck? So then it comes out that Raggaroo can mate with human females. And it was always intended for them to mate with human females. Because remember that super smart alien species that was like, hey, we kind of need y'all to like intermix and get together.
Yeah.
By the way, I finished this.
Ooh. Oh, it came out so good.
So anyways, so they're just like, you knew the whole time? And the red Raggaroo is just like, yeah, I knew the whole time. And they're like, so that's why you've been pushing for us to get together. And he's just like, yeah. Cause she's our mate. Like, she's our life mate. You know, like, he knew from the start. But the other two are looking at him like, betrayal! How dare you? Anyways, so this goes into a very long and lengthy discussion about how it was always intended for Raggaroo and humans to get together, but due to personal beef on either side, because Raggaroo females obviously are not hip on having their triad pool limited by human women, who they see as a weaker species, and human men not being thrilled that women are banging aliens, you know, for reasons, that caused, you know, hardcore division between them. And then that settlement that was trying to promote, you know, a mixture of both races got, you know, burnt to the fucking ground. So it's just no bueno for everybody.
Yeah, I'll say.
Well, anyways, so mom is not thrilled. So human mom is not thrilled that her son is taking on a human mate. And so she's very cold. Shenanigans happen. Eventually, I forget, but like they essentially bunk out at his parents' place for like a while. They sort through all of their feelings about being with a human, trying to overcome, you know, prejudice that each of them have against each other, like all of that kind of stuff. Well, I forget what it is, but they essentially spend the winter proper at the like parents' place. I think they help them build like another den. And then by the time spring comes around, their now wife, who is the main character of the book, I'm sorry, I never remember names, and I know that's terrible. But the main character, she decides that she's gonna go off and go, like, forage. Well, that huntsman that has been a thorn in their fucking side throughout their entire journey, he's like, hey, change of plans. I'm not kidnapping you because the town wants you. I'm now kidnapping you because your grandmother wants you. Oh yeah.
Oh.
That whole journey for her to see her grandmother, that becomes kind of important. And the reason why that becomes important, Loofah. Loofahs are so cool. Sorry, I'm getting distracted.
They are. Nah, you're good.
So anyways, so the huntsman kidnaps her and takes her to her grandmother. By the way, her grandmother is not this very sweet little old lady you were probably expecting. She is a hardened, bitter woman with angles so sharp that she could probably cut glass. And she's rich. Like, insanely rich.
Oh my.
Uh-huh. So, here's the skinny. Grandmother needs grandbaby to marry the head honcho of the Huntsman, like, organization, right?
Yeah.
because she's trying to solidify power for her family. And you would think that she wouldn't have to do this because she has sons that have become huntsmen and have rose the ranks of the huntsmen and have married, you know, many a woman. Which, by the way, if you're wondering how the whole, you know, population of women outnumbering men, like, would kind of change things into a matriarchy for humans, no. What happens is men form harems of women that, well, okay, wealthy men do.
Okay.
Wealthy men form harems of women, and so usually they'll take, so as of right now, it's highly discouraged for them to marry more than one woman, but they'll at least legally marry one wife and have multiple mistresses, like an ungodly number of mistresses. Okay. However, because of population constraints, in the more like poorer agricultural districts, they have this like house where young men can go and be breeders to women who want to have children. But women, even though women take on most of the jobs, it's not a matriarchy, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's largely the huntsmen have the most control. Like, the huntsman organization has the most control, has the most power, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And they rule with, you know, like an iron fist, and then you have the nobility that kind of is just like, okay, well, you know, there's not really much we can do, so we're just gonna make it, like, work as best we can. And so, let me pull up that reference real quick. It's like kind of swooshy. So anyways, basically Grandma wanting the MC to marry into the head honcho of the huntsman group will solidify her like family lineage, what have you. Well, you know, surprisingly, somebody being kidnapped from their life of dating aliens is not exactly going to be happy with this new arrangement. And so she tries to escape, and it doesn't go over well. It gets to a point where I think like the grandma has to sedate her daily.
Oh.
Yeah, you want to talk about all kinds of fucked up? That's all kinds of fucked up. So
Yeah, that's a lot. That's all kinds of fucked.
So anyway, so basically her wedding gets planned really without any of her input. Well, if you're wondering what her triad's doing in the interim of all this, they are planning to not only infiltrate the city, but also kill everybody who touched her. You know, and that's kind of hard when you stand out like a sore fucking thumb. But they do it under the cover of night. And so basically what winds up happening is they get in league with the leader of the Thieves Guild, who basically wants to see, you know, the huntsman like kind of fuck off. Because turns out things in town are a lot worse than they are out of town. So like poverty is really rampant. You know, the Ragaru notice that there are all these women that are either on the streets, don't have houses. Like there is one lady they pass and it's her and her 2 children that are sleeping on the street. And they're like, this is insane, because in their own species, there are so many triads that can't get picked by a female because females are so rare and few between in their own species. And so they're like, this is insane, this is crazy. And so essentially what winds up happening is, not through any agency of their own, they sort of become this face for revolution.
Oh.
So the main girl, her cousin, is like, oh my god, you have red hair, you know, you can fulfill the prophecy left behind by this one woman who wanted like a better life for people, and this is good luck, and this can turn, you know, like the tides and change things for the better. And of course the MC is like, I don't understand why you think I could do all this. You know, I'm just me. And I just want to go back home. You know, my problem, this is not my circus, not my monkeys. And her cousin's like, I understand, but like, you also need to like know, you also have to understand how bad it really is. And so, anyways, so the Raggaroo form an alliance with the Thieves Guild, like, leader, and through the cousin, they create this plan where on their fated mate's wedding day to this huntsman clan leader, they're going to rescue her, kill the leader of the huntsman, and basically like rewrite town laws and rules. And, you know, because it's a romance and romances have happy endings, they succeed.
Well, that's kind of boring, honestly. They couldn't build the tension.
I mean, they do, but, like, it's actually a pretty intense battle scene. And not only does the main, like, hunter dude get his, like, comeuppance, because he's kind of an arrogant fucking asshole, and I hate him. I hate this dude. I hate this dude so fucking much. Also, this is not a very good loofah. What the hell am I?
I mean, loofahs have a weird shape to begin with.
I wonder if maybe I can sculpt it out of... his death is so... His death... Alright, you want to talk about satisfying deaths? His is so... so good. Sorry, I need you to know how much I hate this fucking dude. The grandmother also dies. She also gets her comeuppance as well. And then essentially what winds up happening is they institute a new world order where Raggaroo can now, like, freely enter the city. And she's not gonna sit in, like, a position of power. She's just like, you assholes will figure it out for yourself. I'm going home.
Well, damn.
I mean, honestly, Homegirl is, like... Homegirl is so fucking done. Done with people, done with, you know, being told this is what you have to do. You find out that the reason why mom left was to avoid being married.
Oh.
Yeah, so, like, Grandma actively talks about, how shit, her dad is. And how she can't believe her daughter moved to a frontier town away from convenience and luxury.
Oh.
That's not the layer I wanted. Okay, hold on, we're gonna try again. We're gonna keep trying until we get it right.
Eventually it'll work.
But yeah, and then so you have that book, which is the retelling, or basically it's based off of Red Riding Hood, and it's great and amazing, and I love it, and I cannot recommend it enough. And then you have 2 different prequel series. Well, so in one series you have White, which is basically the red-furred wolf. It's about his mom and how she met her triad. And that's interesting because her mom is from the northern like tribe lands that got, burnt to a crisp. And it's actually really sad. Like, it's really, like, I would not recommend it if you do not like dark themes. Because it is heavily implied that the MC is was not wanted.
Okay. I get you.
And then the book before that, Huntress, is basically about an assassin that worked for the other. So Red has the leader of the Huntsman group, but there was a leader before him, and they talk about how in the night, the leader was like murdered, and his maid like disappeared. Okay, turns out that maid is actually the original Hunt leader's like right-hand assassin. And so the Huntress is about the assassination of the original leader and how she met her triad, but how they also like basically they're trying to prevent harem marriages from catching on, essentially, but also they're trying to bring this other dude to like justice for like all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah.
So, and then in a prequel series before that, in the original in a prequel series called, or in a prequel book called Ragaru, like it's actually named Ragaru, it follows the story of a field scientist who's going out to do field work, and it introduces not only the super smart alien, like, species that is trying to negotiate with humans to basically get these other alien species on the colony. Or not the colony, but like on Earth. But then it also reveals some really fuck-ass wild things. I probably spoiled it. But in any case, so then that series is basically the start of how humans and Ragaru got together, and it also sets up the start of the northern colonies and how they came to be. And it's a really great series.
You've definitely piqued my interest with it.
There's also an epilogue series. There's 2 books in the epilogue. One is called Fish. Hey Skittles, what's up? So there are 2.
Skittles.
So there are 2 epilogue series. One is a Christmas holiday epilogue that I love. I reread every time. That mom that was on the street with her 2 kids. It documents how she meets her triad. And how they adopt her, like, kiddos. And it's so great and feel good and just mwah. You caught a scooter. Congrats! It weighed 15 kilograms. I don't know how much weight that actually is. Sabi caught a sock! Okay, I feel like I'm not doing this correctly. Feet. Actually, we're gonna be right back. But yeah, so there's a Christmas-esque holiday special, and then there's another one that takes place after that special, or like kind of during the events of it, and then after, and then that's gonna go into like an epilogue series of how society is now adjusting to the fact that Raggaroo are more welcome in the city, which is great. I'm looking forward to it. But I will be right back because I have to run to the restroom.
Yes.
That's what happens when I drink a shitload of soda. Come on! Oh, my legs! I need to get up.
I got a branch. Alright. How's everybody doing, chat? We've been going for a while now. How's everybody holding up? Hope everybody's having a good night. Now, everyone, if you could hear me, spam the chat with good things about Fan. Just spam it. Let her come back to a lot of nice messages. Oh, you're doing chores tonight? Well, I hope they go well. I hope you have no problems and that everything is smooth sailing. Dishes and laundry. Not too bad. Could be worse. At least you don't got to do any, like, floor scrubbing or anything like that. Hopefully it goes quick. Floors tomorrow. Oh no. Oh no. I'm sorry, Skittles.
Sit. Alright, hold on. I'm coming.
The fish is coming back. Floor and bathrooms are tomorrow.
Alright,
Oof.
I'm back.
That's double oof. Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you. What are we oofing about?
Skittles. She has dishes and laundry today, and then floors and bathrooms tomorrow.
Ooh.
It's a little bit of an oof.
Just a teeny smidgen. Since I'm talking about all my favorite books. No, actually, I need to check to see if Serafetti came out.
Oh.
I lost. Ow! Well, if you wanted to have your eardrums busted out, that just happened. Okay, so Serafetti is the third book in the Sussex trilogy. that has yet to be released, and I actively stalk the author's like social medias to see when it gets posted.
Okay.
So, Sussex, A Space is Boring is the first book, and it's basically about how the main character, she hears a strange noise one night. Her dogs start barking, and one of her dogs starts getting picked up by a beam of light in her backyard. And so, of course, freaking the fuck out like you ordinarily do, she essentially pushes her dog out of the way of the light and gets picked up by it instead.
Oh!
Skittles. And I got into a Sour Cherry Warheads pop now because Fantaz talked about pop.
Ooh.
Funny.
That sounds good.
Actually, let me look up how to draw a loofah. So anyways. So the MC gets picked up, you know, traditionally abduction style by this beam of light. And when she regains consciousness again, she's in a cage with these one-legged aliens that essentially are animals. Come on. But she doesn't know it yet, and so she, you know, rightfully freaks the fuck out, and the aliens also freak the fuck out because they're like, the hell is you? And she's like, I don't know, the fuck is you? So anyways, so she essentially drinks from this like trough of that has this weird like rainbowy colored liquid. It's like Nutri liquid or something like that.
Oh.
Okay. Alright, so big designs and then squigglies. Okay, I think I can do that. Actually, I'm gonna... I'm gonna copy it and... paste it. Not that anyone can see. Also, did I... that moment where I minimized my screen and didn't realize it? Whoops.
Oh, she came back right as ads started. Oh, damn.
Sorry. Agile.
That is the worst possible timing.
Is it though? I mean, yeah, it is actually. Also, I found out recently Twitch will not let you turn off ads anymore.
Really?
Yeah, so I remember, what was it? I think Sunday had said something about how she had to have ads because Twitch won't let her turn them off, or... No, they. Sunday is they. Fuck. Sorry. I heard something about Pop right before it had cut. I'm sorry.
Oh, that was me responding to the Sour Cherry Warheads pop.
Ah.
No, that was... that sounds really good.
So, but anyways, so Sunday had mentioned that they could not turn off, ads. And I thought that was really weird because... Oh, it is delicious. I have it in 3 flavors, but there's 5. Oh, nice. But But yeah, and then I had seen somebody else had talked about how they could not, they also could not shut off ads for whatever reason. I was like, huh, that's weird. Because usually it's just a setting, or at least I thought it was. But apparently they got rid of it. Apparently now you have to have ads. You can't, like, opt out of them.
That's kind of annoying.
Mm-hmm. Cherry, watermelon, peach, but green apple, lemon, and blue raspberry aren't as sour as the first three. Huh, interesting. Oh my god. I love how this looks. It's like a little poof cloud.
Yeah.
But, actually, I think it would be lighter. But, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, so in Sussex, so she gets put into this, like, holding cell with these other aliens that, you know, are kind of freaking out, and she's kind of freaking out, and basically everybody's kind of freaking out. Well, you know, also, I have to get a screenshot of your review thing. You were the top streamer I watched with obnoxious numbers of everything. You and Velvet both! Oh my god, I need to do that. I need to see who I was obnoxiously watching. Actually, hold up. So we're gonna make this lineless. This is gonna be a lineless loofah to keep with the fluffy. So in any case, where was I? Yeah. So eventually what winds up happening is all of a sudden creatures that she had kind of seen in like the darkness start acting kind of weird as fluorescent lighting starts turning on. And, you know, it's one, so she notices one creature that starts pulling out its feathers. And she's like, okay, to see creatures like barricade themselves is kind of scary, but to see another creature essentially systematically tear out its own feathers is kind of horrifying.
Yeah.
And there are these like bug-like creatures that are starting to come out and basically stand beside each of the doors. And initially, she gets the vibe that she's in a zoo. And that, you know, makes her angry because she's like, are you kidding me? I'm a person. You know, things I do affect the world. Right?
Yeah.
But then she notices these like weird aliens. They go up to like a glass case and there are these two puffball creatures in them. And the aliens that she's watching, I think she said they were like plant-like aliens. They essentially buy these creatures. And she's like, oh, it's not a zoo. It's a freaking pet store. And she's like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Well, anyways, she gets noticed and gets purchased by this very hairy purple dude that she describes as a Yeti. Turns out, he's a Petriol. He's like a pirate king. You find that out in book 2. But essentially, he buys her as a pet and takes her back to, you know, like his housing kind of place where she's essentially put in this cage and then is promptly forgotten about.
Oh, jeez.
But there's an assistant that still brings these, like, Nutrispheres for her to, like, eat, fresh clothes, bathing materials, that kind of thing. So, like, she still gets cared for, but, like, it's an interesting time because she talks about, you know, the horrible things she would do for ambient noise or just to, like, get a goldfish.
Yeah.
And so in any case, so what happens is over time, this room that she's in gets filled with all these like really insanely nice like treasures and artifacts and what have you. And statues, like a crap load of statues. And eventually there's this hooded figure that like comes into the room and is about the same size as her, and she starts trying to talk to them, but they're an alien and aliens don't understand English.
Yeah.
You know, because English is not a galactic language. So anyways, she's trying to talk to them, and they're just ignoring her, and she's like, you know, you could call me a curator of these fine, like, museum pieces. If you just tell me what you want, I will find it. I will tell you where it is. Well, eventually, they wind up pulling out this, like, crown kind of thing, and they get so excited that they knock over, like, a jewelry box. Alright, and that causes a big, like, kerfuffle. All of a sudden, things start, you know, people start making moves. They start, you know, like, coming over, like, what the hell is going on? Does this give off loofah or just weird brain material?
Gives off a bit of loofah. I think once you get shading in, it'll help it give loofah more.
Okay. Sorry, I'm getting distracted because I'm like, brain. I'm trying to go for those weird, like, almost spirally kind of patterns.
Yeah.
Like those weird folds that loofahs have. But anyways, so she takes some of her, like, Nutrispheres and she chucks it at the, like, box that he knocked over to make it look like she was the one that did that. And of course, the hooded figure goes and hides. And, you know, all the, like, guards come in and they start inspecting things. And then, you know, you have these, like, accountant kind of people come in, and then they notice that this jewelry box has all these Nutrispheres next to it, and then they look at her like, you know, what the fuck? And and so then they report back to the big purple guy who he's like, what the hell happened? And they're like, oh, it was the pet. The pet did it. And so he takes the equivalent of a cattle prod and he shocks the shit out of her for being bad. Well, she avoids it as best she can, but he does get one hit in.
Damn.
Yeah, he's kind of an asshole. Ooh, I get it. I thought you meant more of the gourd loofah sponge and not the round scrunchy one. I see it. Yeah, I'm doing the scrunchy loofah because when I think loofah, that's what I think. I think the scrunchy loofah. But anyways, so eventually everyone leaves and the hooded figure comes back and he stands outside the door and she's like begging them in English to just unlock the door. Well, they do. And, you know, she's like, oh my god, thank you. And then proceeds to like follow him or follow them like they're a fucking savior figure. Okay. And the whole time he's like, stop, go away, get out of here, like, you know. And she's just like, I don't fucking think so. You have a level 10 clinger on you, my friend. You are not getting rid of me. So eventually they make it out through the, through like this grate in the laundry room. And of course the hooded figure has, you know, like their prize that they were trying to find, which was this like bone crown kind of thing. And so they get outside and then he really starts to attempt to like dodge her. And of course she follows him. She's like, ain't no way in hell you're getting rid of me, bucko. Well, eventually, as he's trying to run away from her, he falls into this like spring of underground acid water, and she jumps in after him because she can't, like, he saved her life essentially and let her out, and she's not gonna let anything bad happen to him, and then realizes the water is made out of acid and is like, holy shit, now I really can't let anything bad happen to him.
Yeah.
And, so anyways, so turns out he is a Sussex. He is a snake alien. And, because they don't understand each other, she calls him Meyer, because the way that he's colored reminds her of a Meyer lemon. Well, turns out he calls in a distress signal, and that's when the, chapter switches perspective, and you get into the perspective of their prime, who is a Cobra Sussex. And he's just like, I cannot believe he called in an SOS signal. If it's because he doesn't want to walk, like, I'm gonna throttle him. You know, so come to find out, it's this nest of Sussex are, I want to say there's five of them. There's Hazar, who looks like, the Meyer lemon. I heard lemon! There's the King Cobra. There's, Seether, who's like, he's an all-white Sussex, and he's like the doctor. No. Seether is this large water Sussex with a bald head. He's great. I love him. There's Vesix, who I believe is the leader, so he's known as Prime. And then there's, they have a Cobra. They have a Cobra, no, not a Cobra one, a rattlesnake. I forget his name. But it's Seether, Vesix. God. Seether, Vesix, Hazar. Sephi. I know one of them, a nickname, they call them, no. Is it Sepher? But, essentially they have a pilot, a leader, a security expert, a problem child, and a doctor. Alright, that's what we're gonna go with. That's essentially the makeup. Well, okay. The problem child that got hit with the acid water, he instantly does what snakes do, where they shed their skin. And so he goes into shed mode because the acid, damaged his scales. And the doctor is very put out by this because they're essentially they're a couple.
Her lemon.
And, yeah. And so, in any case, so what winds up happening is the problem child brings the main character with him on the ship because he does this little child's voice to get their security officer to do his bidding. And so the security officer gets the main character while the leader grabs the problem child, and then they all race back to the ship, right? And so now that it's in perspective of the leader talks about how they're after this crown because what they're trying to do is they're trying to become the nest that rules their planet, because the members or the other nests that are trying to vie for leadership are going to steer them into absolute ruin. Well, the problem child gets checked out by the doctor, and the leader is just like, okay, you want to tell me how you got whatever this fucking thing is? And points to the main character because none of them have ever seen a human before. So they think she's a pet, because the Petriol kept her as a pet. And so the problem child essentially explains that, God, this looks like a brain.
Like I said, once you get shading in to define, where the ruffles are fully, I feel like it'll look more loofah-like.
Okay. We're gonna trust.
That's what I am feeling is going to end up happening.
Okay, we're gonna trust. But anyways, in any case, so essentially what winds up happening is the doctor takes care of the problem child, because now the problem child is starting to shed scales. It's unknown if he's gonna get the full range of his eyesight back because the water damaged his eyes, and that of course freaks him out. And then after they get him settled, the doctor starts going after the main character. And it's funny because it's in her perspective, so she doesn't understand what any of them are saying. But she's like, I've seen enough dog videos to know that this is the try to be my friend stage. And she's like, he doesn't know if I'm going to do anything, and I'm not going to give him benefit of the doubt and be like, I'm not a problem, because I want the element of surprise, and I may actually bite him. And it's so funny. So anyway, so the first book essentially is she essentially becomes their pet. She disguises herself as a pet, and learns what she can about them and their ship. And the reason why she's doing this is because she doesn't want to, wind up where she used to be, right? Back in a cage as a pretty adornment.
Yeah.
And so anyways, so this leads to, slice of life shenanigans where she bonds with certain members share special moments. She finds out where everybody's room is. She finds out about these escape pods that they had that double as their beds that can sink within the floor of the ship. And so what winds up happening is they have to go, so they have this crown, and this crown essentially basically because the Sussex current ruling sovereign has no heirs, essentially the powers that be collectively decided that if you want to be sovereign ruler, you have to go get this crown worn by the first ruler of the world that was stolen like eons ago by someone else. Like before they were a spacefaring species, which is a tall fucking order. All right.
Yeah.
Well, they have it, and now every other contender is essentially going to be after them to like get this. And what winds up happening is they go through a stretch of space called the Graveyard, and what it is, it's 3 planets that are pulling themselves apart because over the years they have drifted so close together that their gravitational pull is ripping them apart.
Oh, jeez.
And so they decide to take that route to get as close to their home system as possible. Well, right after they get out of it, the temperature in the ship starts dropping. So one thing about Sussex is Sussex are cold-blooded. They're cold-blooded creatures. So in order for them to function, they need heat. Well, as the heat starts dropping, the crew starts getting tired, and they now have to make a decision, are they going to stay or abandon the ship? And then with that decision, they can't take the main character, they can't take the pet with them. So if they abandon the ship, the pet is going to be left behind to freeze to death, essentially.
Jeepers.
I'm seeing this loofah develop right now. It looks like a delicious blue Cinnabon right now. I mean, kind of, yeah. I can agree to that. Part of me is like, am I shading this correctly? It's in a transition phase. You know, maybe. I don't know.
I feel like we're doing a fine job.
I feel like I'm not keeping the faith because I'm looking at it and I'm like, this doesn't look like loofah to me. So in any case, so what winds up happening is they decide that they're gonna do one last look around the ship to try to figure out what the problem is. Well, they actually run out of time and they all drop. And the main character starts freaking the fuck out because why are they dropping? You know, what the hell is going on? And so she gathers them all up and sees that they're sleeping and they're freezing cold. And she's like, okay, so this is kind of like what happens to, you know, like frogs and stuff, where when it gets cold, they like freeze to hibernate. And so they go into a form of stasis. Well, as she's panicking about the snake men going into stasis, she starts hearing banging on this like airlock. And so she goes to investigate what all the banging's about, and there is this dude in a spacesuit that's like on the other airlock door, and what he's doing is he's torching the door apart. And so she's, you know, her intuition's telling her, hey, like maybe you don't want to be seen, okay? Because some bad shit's about to go down. But she does spy that they have a knife. And she's like, okay, shit. Friendly people don't bring knives with them, usually. All right?
Yeah.
So, freaking out, what she decides to do is she is mighty woman. She hides all of the snake men in their different, like, bunk beds and basically manages to put all the beds into the floor because they double as escape pods. But she can't launch them because she doesn't have the biosignature necessary to launch them. So while they're all essentially in hiding, she goes into hiding as these other guys board the ship, right? And these are guys that are looking for the crown. Okay, well,
Yeah.
she goes and hides, and they start exploring the ship, and they don't find what they're looking for, and they get pissed. So because they get pissed, they decide to basically rip apart every nook and cranny of the ship that they can. And for her, she's just like, can you guys just fucking leave, please? Well, eventually things start dying down, and when she comes out of her hiding spot, she sees this weird canister that's in the middle of the room, and she accidentally pokes it, and it bursts into flames. And so in her mind, she's like, of course it would be too much to ask that the damn snake aliens, leave. Because they boarded that they leave peacefully and just leave them all alone. Well, she starts going around and picking up these very volatile canisters. And she looks across the airlock that's attached to another ship's airlock. And this is where she gets a brilliant idea. And by brilliant, I mean absolutely hazardous. Do not do this. She takes all these volatile canisters that they had put around the ship to their ship, puts them in various rooms, and then throws one at the little at the one that stayed behind in their comms room to try to direct the other team that went to infiltrate the ship. And, he explodes on camera in front of his companions. So, of course, they run to their ship to find out what the hell's going on, and that sets off the other canisters to explode. And basically, she torches the ship and runs back to the cold one.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, yeah. It's great. It's amazing. She almost burns to death. She didn't. She just temporarily got trapped in a room that started catching fire. So, anyways, so with that taken care of, now she has to figure out what the hell's going on with the heating. Because after she returns back to her ship, she's like, it's fucking cold. What the hell am I gonna do? Well, yeah. Earlier, she had learned about this plate that could, identify where certain parts were. And when she was moving all the snake aliens around, in the rattlesnake's hands was this little black box with a burnt end on one side. So she puts it on the plate, and the plate identifies the part and produces a new part out of a drawer. Well, before the rattlesnake collapsed, he had basically carved out a hole in a part of the ship that led to to a space in between the ship's hull and where their main living space is. And so she goes down in there and she replaces the part. But when she replaces the part, nothing really happens. And she's trying to avoid being depressed because, she wants this to solve all of her problems. Yeah. And so what happens is she winds up going to bed, and as best she can, because everything's, ripped the fuck apart. And when she manages to get enough sleep that she wakes up, it's noticeably warmer. And the spouts for hot water will spout hot water now. And so she starts having hope. Okay, this is good. This is really good. We could do with this. So she takes a bath. She tries not to think about what happened the day before, because that's the first time she's ever had to essentially hurt another creature to defend her own life, and that kind of gives her a complex, rightfully so. Well, the security officer is the first one of the snake men to wake up, and she freaks out because he grabs her from behind, and she like full on kicks him in the stomach, and he's like, "Are you fucking kidding? Ow!" But like, she hugs him. It's a cute moment. He's wondering what the hell is going on because basically he went to sleep and everything was fine, and he woke up to a fucking mess. So he checks the basically their version of like CCTV security footage, and not only is he shown that that invaders like came on to the ship and invaded their home, he is now also shown that the pet has defended them. And he's just like, what the fuck? This is a pet. Pets are not that smart. Okay, well, some pets are, but pets don't usually learn, about complex machine items and whatnot. So now he realizes not only is she not a pet, she's an undocumented sentient creature. And he, tries to, kind of talk with her, and he notices that the sounds that she makes has a certain level of, cadence to them that he never noticed before. So, essentially, as the other members of their nest wake up, he's like, okay, what I'm about to show you is going to sound absolutely insane, but I need you to remember that our pet is a good person that saved our lives. And so the other members of the nest look at him like, what the hell? And he goes through the entire footage. And the leader is now super suspicious. 'Cause what the fuck? So, after all the footage is played, relaying everything, and the nest is just like, what the fuck were you thinking? Taking explosives to this other, ship. The leader asks the problem child, how the hell did you find this thing, and what is it? And so, the problem child goes through his story again, and the security officer is like, how did we miss that it threw Nutrispheres at the box he knocked over? Because pets don't ordinarily show that level of deceptive reasoning. And so the leader gets the doctor to put in a translator piece for their human pet to speak, but none of them really believe that she's a sentient creature. So they don't think it's gonna work. Well, surprise, It does. And through lots of trial, the book ends with them introducing themselves to her and her introducing herself to them. And then book 2 is about the fallout of all of that. Where now they know she's a sentient creature. She's been living on their ship under their nose the entire time. And and what is she gonna do? Because she can't stay with them.
Yeah. But that sounds interesting as all hell.
It is. It's great. It's a really great read. 10 out of 10 recommend. I did glaze over some things, but if I told you every little nitty bitty detail, you wouldn't read the book. But yeah, so...
See, I trust your recommendation so much I would still go out and read it.
But But yeah, so book 2 is all about the fallout, finding out she's sentient, why she didn't, make it known that she was a sentient creature, and she's like, okay, but like I've been in a cage for like an untold amount of time. Like, what if you guys were gonna, sell me off? Like, my plan was just kind of chill out for a bit, see what I could figure out, and then move on from there. And that's when the slow part of slow romance starts really, like, developing and coming to fruition. Because like 3 of the Nest members want to keep her. They don't want to drop her off somewhere and be like, good luck.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
And, so book 2 ends... Hicks, that's his name. It's Hicks, Hazar, Seether, Vesix, and Sepher, I think, is all their names.
Oh.
But, yeah. Book 2 has a really big, like, cliffhanger ending. It pisses me off so much. I mean, book 1 kind of did too. I had to wait months for book 2, and I was going absolutely fucking rabid. But, like, I get it. Like, great art takes time, but fuck.
No, I get you.
But anyways, but then book 3 was set to release, and it was on... I pre-ordered it. So I knew it was on the Amazon library. Alright. And then I went to check it on the day it was supposed to come out, and it was gone. And I was like, what do you mean it's gone? Why is it not here? Why is it not where is it? What happened?
Oh.
Like, literally panicked. Went to roam around obscure social media, aka Reddit and WordPress author blog. Come to find out, she had to cancel the release and delayed it. I was like, okay, alright, it's gone, but not forever. We're not gonna panic. It's gonna be okay. And then, still hadn't heard anything. Then got an update, I think like a few months later, where she was like, hey, I'm sorry, I had a family emergency. I'm not gonna say when the book is going to be released because Amazon, like, really penalizes you if you have, like, a deadline and you miss it. So I'm just gonna post the book when it's done. I was like, okay. Stock the listing every, like, 3 days for, like, 4 or 5 months. Around, like, the 7 or 8 month mark, got another update where she was like, hey, we're in editing, trying to work through it, trying to get affairs settled, this, that, and the other. Okay, alright, cool, I can handle it. I can wait. I have patience. I'm sorry about your family. Condolences. Please be okay. Please, treat yourself. All that good jazz. No word since.
Oh.
It's been 10 months and no word since. And I'm like, where is it? No. Be respectful to your creators. They have lives too, and they're going through a hard time.
Yeah.
But no, for reals, like, perfectly understandable. God, does that look like a loofah to you?
It's getting loofah-like.
I
It's
don't,
getting there.
I don't know what more I could possibly do to this to make it more loofah. Unless I redraw it.
No, I don't feel like you need to redraw it.
Maybe reshade it?
Maybe. That might help. But it is getting to that final point where it's going to be easily discerned as a loofah.
Unless it just needs darker shading, maybe?
Maybe? That's kind of what I was thinking.
I think if you had a netting brush, it would give the texture. Let me see.
Yeah, because that's kind of what it's missing, is that mesh texture.
Net. The shape and coloring are there, it just needs mesh netting.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Is this a texture or a brush? Oh, it looks like it's... Oh, it looks like it can be both. Okay. We're gonna do that. We're gonna grab you as well. Not me. Hoarding, Shh, we're not gonna talk about it.
Didn't even say anything.
No, but I hear thoughts.
You can read my mind.
Mm-hmm. We're not gonna talk about my hoard of brushes. Yeah, I got notifications. Ooh, somebody updated their materials. Very nice, very nice. Actually, how many brushes do I have? I forgot my tinfoil hat again. Downloads. I have downloaded 908 brushes.
My goodness, there's a lot of brushes.
Some of them I can't find anymore because they were deleted.
Oh, jeez.
And I cannot get them back. You want to talk about depression? That's some hardcore depression right there. This is an image material. Is this going to be an intervention? No, I don't need an intervention. What's material?
It might have to be Skittles.
No! I'm a grown adult. I don't need an intervention. I need love and understanding, not judgment and hate. Okay, I feel like that's kind of wrong, but kind of correct. Actually,
Maybe the mesh was smaller.
oh, it's at 400. No, because that's too small. I'll get it eventually. Mesh is too uniform and not in an erratic pattern.
Yeah. I see what Skittles means. Like, you'd have to go over each section individually, I think, in order to be able to get it differentiated.
I hate all of you. But let's try it. I try, and no one understands vision anymore. I fucking love that scene. That was it exactly. Whores, all of you. Oh, that's a bit too dark. Alright, you know what? Why don't I save myself heartache? God damn it, I'm gonna have to color these, aren't I? Wait, can't I just do this? Haha! I mean... Does everything have to be a pain in my ass? Because the pain is what makes it art. I know this. The people know this. And nobody's gonna let me cut corners, apparently.
Hey, I'm just trying to make sure that you do quality work.
I know, I know. I'm allowed to complain about it, alright? No, it's good to have friends that'll help keep you accountable. I'm just trying to help! No, I promise, I do love help and constructive criticism. Please do not get it twisted.
No, I know.
Actually, maybe. If I just do that. Okay. Alright, I know this is gonna look a bit wonked, but I have a plan. It's not a very good one, but I have one. Ah, there we go. Is Phantos channeling inner DMX? Don't get it twisted. Okay, hold on. What size was that? I think that was like 200 before. It's not meshy enough. The mesh is too uniform. Look, if you're allowed to critique me, I'm allowed to complain about the critique, alright? I don't make the rules.
I know, but I'm still gonna chuckle at you.
I'm not listening. Still not listening. La 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 la. Solves my problem. No Cusco? No Cusco-topia.
Oh god, it's just such a fun movie.
It is, it really is. Now highlight and shade every cross-stitch section on the mesh brush you just applied. No.
That might be a little too much.
Abso-fucking-lutely not. This is just like the hand thing all over again. I swear Skittles just wants to see me cry.
No, you know damn well that's not what it is.
This is a hate crime. It's not a hate crime, Michael. Well, I hated it. Fucking love The
You can hate it
Office.
all you want, but we're still gonna help you.
Yeah. Fucking love The Office, by the way.
The Office is great. I gotta actually go back and rewatch it. It's been ages.
You know, they came out with a spin-off series called The Paper.
I think you had been telling me about that the other day.
So, another case of completely a me problem. I started watching The Paper and immediately wanted to watch The Office again. So I DNF'd The Paper in order to watch The Office.
Oh, jeez.
Michael, you can't fire him without cause. Well, it's cause I hate him. Okay, is this now a loofah?
Now it is much more loofah.
Okay. Oh, my back! Oh, I had to stretch.
Big stretch.
Okay, I'll add the little, like, mesh stringy bits later. But our toaster bath pack is coming along pretty nicely.
Yeah.
I've got a loofah. I've got body mucus body wash for all day hydration on land and sea. I have conditioner, Siberian kelp, salt conditioning scrub. I have Siberian kelp shampoo scrub, sea salt infused, and I've got a toaster, which I might have to redraw because I feel like it doesn't fit everything else I have in here. So yeah.
Yeah, some solid progress. Maybe the toaster will have to be edited a little bit, but generally I still feel like it fits. It just might need some small design changes.
Maybe?
Or like shading changes.
It's not the only toaster I want in this pack. I want another one too, at a more like, what is it, 3/4 angle?
Okay.
Honestly, I might replace it with that. This was my first attempt at drawing a toaster, and I did it from the side view, but I really wanted it at a 3/4 view. I also want to put in an extension cord and a little lightning bolt.
Okay.
And I think I'm gonna call that complete for this pack. And then, I don't know, maybe offer, like, a free version, and then if you want Toaster Bath, you're gonna have to pay for it. Because no way in fuck am I getting in trouble for offering a free Toaster Bath pack.
No, that might not come across the best.
And you get a Toaster Bath, and you get a Toaster Bath. God, I'm gonna get banned again, fuck. Alright, let's raid into somebody before I get in any more trouble.
Fair enough.
Alright, everybody, thank you so much for joining stream. I had a great time. Thank you, Velvet, for joining me for Chitty Chats.
Yeah, it was a fun time.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been great. I've had such a great time. So just to remind everyone, I'm currently doing a community channel points challenge. You have 30 days to raise 200,000 channel points in order for me to make Dark Souls Remastered the next game I play after Dredge. That should be way more manageable than 500k. I don't know why I said it that high. The largest amount of points you can donate is 2,000. If I need to extend it by 30 days, I will extend it another 30 days. It's just 30 days is the max that they let me do. I'm trying to think. Oh, I'm currently working on some stuffs. I have a friend that's helping me get my Discord back in order. So that should be up either in the next, like, few weeks or probably at the start of next year. I haven't decided yet. I am also bringing back the fish facts. The fun fishy facts are coming back. I decided the theme myself, so no one got a vote on it, but it's gonna be ocean themed because surprisingly, I have not done ocean themed fish facts. But, yeah. Well, no one ever voted for it, and I didn't want to be like, well, you know what? If no one's gonna vote for it, I'm gonna fucking do it. You know, because I wanted to show that I cared about my community's opinions, even though really I'm a dictator. And it doesn't matter, you will do what I tell you. Only no, it can't be that way. But, I'll have new themes and layouts for Twitch that I gotta build. I'm debating if I want to make them animated. I'm not even gonna lie, a little bit. Like, I'm sitting here and I'm like, am I really gonna go through all that effort to make animated GIF Twitch layouts? Part of me feels like it might get too distracting, but then the other part of me is like, why the fuck not? Do it. Do it.
Full send.
What else? Oh, I will be preparing a pinup of the month club stuffs. We're gonna get some fun pinup drawings. It's gonna be great. I still gotta order ink. That's what I've been forgetting to do, is order ink for more stickers. And then I gotta update my Etsy. I got so much shit I gotta do. Holy hell. Think. Yeah, that's about it. Currently we're playing Dredge. I believe, I'll be back. Actually, I work on Friday. I'll be back on Friday. We're gonna play, Crab Shoot 'em Up game, and then we're gonna, Saturday we're gonna do some animation-y stuff, so that's gonna be tons of fun. Gotta love all the animation-y stuff. But let's go find somebody to raid out.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this Japanese... I hate my life.
Why?
I wish I could draw. Nah, I looked into people to raid out, and there's this Japanese VTuber that has this insane realistic horse.
Oh.
On the front page. I guess. Fuck, I don't know what to do now. Actually, Pearly and Ray is having a birthday stream, so let's go say happy birthday. I raided somebody random last night, so let's raid somebody we know.
Yeah.
Let's show some fishy love, baby. Anyway, I hope y'all have a good whenever. Much love.